Hi guys, I'm here back again after having some rest. Jan has been with you all night and we are ready to start again playing some chess. I see a lot of people in the chat already. Just please let me know that you can hear me and the sound and the video is everything fine. So yeah, let's just start with the first challenge. We got Mitul, player from Bangladesh, and Jan is here. He's gonna get some rest. Hopefully, yeah. How was the NBA, by the way?
The right team won, so that was the only good thing about the night.
Curry? This Curry?
Yeah, Curry made it to the finals.
Okay.
They have to beat or boil LeBron.
Okay. All right, Mitul, are you there?
I'm just cleaning up. Don't get confused by my arm.
Yeah, sure. No problem. So I should put the the board so the guys can look. So he's not there, so I will have to abort already the first game.
Yeah, when coming back from break, people are normally half asleep.
Yeah. All right. So we got Iko, player from Germany. A lot of Germans in Germany. You're not there as well? No. So let's just take one of the guys who just challenged me now. Mike Tal. He's always there. So
He doesn't sleep.
So Mike. Okay, we got Mike finally playing. So d4, knight f6, bishop f4. Just he's trying to play the London system, so I'll just follow this approach with d5, c5, knight c6, and bishop d6, fighting already for the e5 square, right? So this is a really key square in the London system. Everybody wants to fight for that. So now bishop takes d6. I think knight e5 is one of the moves there, yeah? Because now we won already the battle for the e5 square. Now we're gonna go with e5 ourselves, right? So, of course, now black is okay. Position is around equal, but still. I see Ambitious Pawn, Enrocator, Nihilis, Martin Dimitrov. A lot of users already. So knight b3. And now I'm wondering if I should go queen c7 or, yeah, I'm just gonna go queen c7, defending my c5 pawn, because after b6, maybe bishop f3 could be a little bit annoying, then some moves like c4. Now instead I can just go bishop e6 and then bring my rooks to the center, rook d8, rook e8, etc. And so did Zhang play blindfold at some point today? Okay, I'll just go rook a d8, and now I'm gonna give some fresh air to my king. Let's say g6 or g6 or b6. b6, now defending the c5 pawn now that the rook is not on a8 anymore. Maybe some move like queen e5 now, avoiding this e4 break. So, or even g6, right? So now we can try to play bishop f5, just improving our pieces a little bit. Rook d2. Okay, it's gonna double rooks on the d file. Alright, so maybe he wants to go rook fd1 and now some break like e4. So I should stop that. Let me see how. Maybe a5 and then a4, just kicking this knight back to c1 or something like this. Or just some move like rook d e8, right? Now I can start thinking on going like h5 or something like this, trying to create some attack maybe in the future on the king side.
Let me just interrupt for 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute because we have to talk about some big secrets, but it's only gonna take a second.
All right, so we are back with sound. So he went for knight c1. Now maybe he wants to regroup his knight by e2 for sure. And then, yeah, he's quite solid here in this position. I don't know. So I'm always playing very bad in the first game. So he wants to go knight e2 and then knight f4, right? Okay, see you, Jan. I'm just gonna go king g7 and then maybe after knight e2 I can just think on going g5 here. And g4 would be a huge threat because, yeah, no, king g5 is difficult, yeah, but g5, let's just get a bit crazy here in this game. I just want to go g4. After knight g3, can just go g4 or h4. And yeah, we were discussing how to proceed later. So guys, today there's Beatles Builder playing in this evening. So he went for e4. Now maybe g4 just wins something, yeah? Because g4, e takes d5, g takes f3, d takes e6, and then the e2 knight is hanging, right? So I'm just gonna go g4. G4, and then this bishop is for me, so tasty. 6 a.m. in the morning, I didn't have breakfast. I want to have that bishop for breakfast. So h takes, h takes. And even now, this h5 is so tasty. So, yeah, now as I told you, I'm just gonna grab this beautiful bishop, and then the key point is that the knight is hanging on e2. After d takes e6, f takes e2, and what's our rating? 2, 7, 10, so more or less the same than when I left. So we need to improve this rating. So knight f4, wow, that's another piece for free. I'm just gonna grab it. Queen takes f4, and now maybe even queen g4. That's a checkmate already. Queen g4, forcing g3, and then queen h3, and queen to g2, checkmate, right? At least that's what I think. Yeah, I think actually white cannot stop queen h3, checkmate already. And that's good always, yeah? Just to keep a checkmate, it's always good in chess. What else are we playing for? Alright, so he's gonna resign soon. Thanks for the game, Miktal. Yeah, I eat bishops for breakfast, as Amphicoelias is saying. Player from the United States. We have a lot of people already at 6 a.m. here in Europe. Now should be around midnight in United States or Latin America, for example. In Asia is now should be around 9, 10 or something like this, depending on the country, of course. All right, so let's keep playing. Let's play precisely against this Amphicoelias player from the States. So, are you there? e4. I'm just gonna go for the dragon again, the accelerated dragon, one of my favorite openings. And so knight f3, I'm just gonna go g6, d4, main line, or c4, Maroczy variation, right? So I'm just gonna pre-move, c takes d4. Now queen takes d4 is actually really interesting. So bishop g7, I'm gonna see another Maroczy. Well, everybody's playing the Maroczy against me. Why? So bishop e3, I'm just gonna go knight f6, knight c3, probably short castles, and then followed by d6, bishop d7, etc. Yeah. So knight c3, short castles, and yeah, just follow with d6, bishop d7, normal development. He's gonna probably follow with short castles, f3, this kind of moves, rook c1, b3, just take here, and then a5. In this position, just because after bishop c6 there can exist a b4 straight away. And now queen to d2, knight d7, bishop g7 is considered to be a mistake. So knight to c5 now, and then just gonna go bishop e5. This move is quite interesting. Actually I had again against Giri and 4 or 5 years ago in the Spanish league. I think it was the same position. So thanks to you, Mick. So Mike, now I want to go e6. The key after this bishop e5 is actually white can never go f4. It's not that simple because it will follow bishop c3 and knight takes e4, right? So he wants to go bishop c2 probably. And then I will go, oh, a3 was played. So what to do now? He wants to go b4, and I had to do something about that, yeah? So maybe queen f6 is also interesting. Queen f6, and then I force him to go knight e2 probably. But I would love to go f5 first. So f5 is b4, a takes, and knight a4 maybe. What's going on there? What's going on there? I'll just try to do that. Let's try to do that. f5. Let's just get a bit crazy. So a takes f5, b4, and now I will go knight a4. Yeah, that was my plan. I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but there's one move that actually... And now rook takes a4. I'm just blundering something or not. So f4, I can just go back to g7, for example. And of course, I'm threatening to take on e4 and ruin his pawn structure, yeah? So hi Alexander Alekine, Peruvian player. Yeah, f4 was played. So I'll just go something like bishop f6 or bishop g7. What should I do? Okay, I'll just go bishop g7. Yeah, this is more natural. And then of course I want to take on e4, just win this pawn. Oh, so now it's interesting because after a takes e4, queen takes e6, what's going on there? Queen takes, rook takes f4. Not that simple, right? So instead, I will just go queen c7, queen takes d6, right? No, I don't like that much this position. F takes, queen takes e6, and now what's next? Yeah, what's next? Okay, I'll just take on e4 and then maybe queen f6. I'm not so sure. Queen f6. What should I do? Queen f6 and then rook a2. There is some contemplate. Bishop d4, queen f4. All right, so let's try that. Let's try queen f6. Queen d7, then the rook on a4 is hanging, but there are some moves like rook a2, now activating this rook in the 7th rank. What branch of coffee are you using, Pepe, that I want to use it? Actually, I never drink coffee. I don't like coffee. So, yeah. I just woke up at 5 in the morning and came. So his idea probably just to go bishop d4 now. And actually this can be a bit annoying, yeah? So queen to d7. Now queen takes f4, queen a4, just queen f2. It's actually, there's some counter play, but I'm not sure if this is enough. So my idea is queen takes f4. And now after something like queen takes f4, queen f2, king h1, bishop e5, aiming to go queen h4 or queen f4. Yeah, that could be really interesting. So I'm just going for it. So queen f4, queen e6, that's the problem. Queen e6, that's a problem, yeah? So I have no idea. So rook a2, bishop d4, and then queen f7, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go for queen f4. I'm just playing again really bad. So bishop g3, I have queen e3, intermediate check. And chorizos. Chorizo is actually one of it's actually a really good meal in Spain. Chorizo. It's made from pork. It's like similar to Spanish ham, but it's not the same, but it's actually really good. So whenever I go to Spain, I just come with 2 or 3 chorizos in my bag, yeah? So now what to do? Bishop g3, just queen e3. Now maybe queen e6, king h8. And what's going on here? Queen a4, queen f2, king h1, bishop e5. That was my idea, but I'm not so sure. Then I would be threatening queen f4 and queen f3. And then actually it's tricky for white there. Maybe I'm just not seeing something that it's good for white here. Of course, he can go rook f1, for example, here. Or I mean, queen x6, king h8, and rook f1. And then who knows what happens there, yeah? Who knows? Queen e6 and then king h8. That's what I meant. Rook f1. This is the move that I like for white here. Any other move, I think black is fine because we are aiming to go rook a2 here in the 7th rank. If we manage to use the 7th rank, he will be in real trouble, yeah? Bishop g3. And now what's going on? Queen e3, king h1, rook a2. Could be really interesting just to go queen e2 and then try to give checkmate. The problem is he can always go rook g1. So actually I don't like that much this position, yeah? So queen e3, king h1, rook a2. And then bishop e5. This is a move that actually is really annoying there for us, yeah? So queen e2, bishop g7. And all right, let's just try it. Let's just try queen e3 and then now rook a2. Let's try to do this. So yeah, rook a2. Of course, now if rook d e1, just queen d2, just aiming to give checkmate in one move. So now bishop e5, queen e2, bishop takes e7, king takes e7, queen e7, rook f7, queen e5, king h6 maybe. I don't want to draw. I don't want to make a draw. Rook d1, I can put the other rook on f2. This is getting interesting. Yeah, I see there are a lot of Spanish speakers in the chat. So I will go here, queen to d2, forcing him to go to g1. Yeah, so queen to d2. Now all the move is rook to g1, and then what to do? Maybe e3 and e2. Maybe e3 and e2. So I'm a bit worried about this bishop e5 at some point. Maybe I could just try to go queen to d4, but then rook a d1. This looks really good. So e3, bishop e5, and now what? Now what? Maybe e2, bishop takes, king takes. There is some perpetual maybe. Let's just try to see. So e3, bishop e5, e2, bishop takes e7, king takes e7, queen e7, rook s7, queen e5, king h6, and now the queen will be protecting this diagonal. So I'll just go e2 here. Wow, e2, there is king g8. There is queen to e7. Queen to e7, really interesting move. Okay, let's just go e2. So after queen e7, I can always go king to, well, okay, takes, and now queen e5. I can always go king h6, yeah? This is so risky. This is so risky. I'll just go rook f6 here. I'll just go rook f6 because he cannot go rook f1. So he's got just 40 seconds. So this is getting interesting. Rook f7, queen e5, king h6 probably. I'll just go king h6 here. So the problem is g4, queen g5 maybe, and nothing happens, yeah? Queen to g5. What to do here now? So wow, there is queen to e1, queen to e1. This is a really good move. Boop, 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 boop. Queen to e1. And now he cannot take actually on e1. Because there is rook f1 checkmate. So thank you very much, Amico and Fico Elias, for the game. And we got John from Paraguay there. So strong player from Paraguay. Strong players joining this broadcast. So let's play against Navo Dibat. Are you there, Navo Dibat? So let's see if Indian player is here. Navodibat, I see he's got a picture of Bishian and Bishi the King. Are you there, Navodibat? Or you're sleeping already? I can understand if you are sleeping now. So e4, let's go e6, let's change, let's play the French. So d4, d5, now many options, knight d2, knight c3, e5. Knight c3, I'll just go for the classic French. Knight f6, e5, one of the main moves. Knight f7, I just want to break the center with c5. Knight c6 now, f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3. This is what people normally play here in this position, right? So knight c6, now bishop e3, and then there is a6, quite interesting, and then queen b6 as well. It's really interesting, but I'll just take on d4 and then play bishop c5, yeah? This is pretty natural. The idea is just to go short castles, a6, and then at some point b5, b4, a5, just to play bishop a6 and exchange your wars piece. That is actually this guy on c8 because it hasn't got any diagonal. So, yeah. Normally queen to d2 is played here, aiming to go long castle and then try to create some kind of attack on the king side. As I told you, my worst piece is this bishop on c8, so you normally have to do something about that. So knight c6 is actually not considered to be a really dangerous move because, of course, now we have a strong center and queen to d4, yeah. Even though this is interesting, of course, I'll just go queen to b6 maybe. I'll just go queen to b6 and maybe rook b8 if he hosts a long castle. Yeah, maybe just short castles later and then try to remove this knight from here and then just to play c5. Yeah, maybe it was better to go knight d7 straight away. So I'll just go here, knight to d7. Knight to d7, queen takes b6, a takes b6 probably, and then try to go c5 at some point. So do you like basketball, Pepe? I love basketball, actually. I used to play a lot of basketball when I was in my city in Granada during the university. I was even playing in a team for some time. So yeah, I used to play a lot of basketball, actually. So okay, now it's time maybe to go f6 and just to break in the center. We have to do something about this center. Maybe after e takes, gf, and then e5, just pushing our points in the center. This king could be really well placed on d6 maybe. So g takes f6, bishop d3, and now I'll just go e5. Yeah, just pushing our pawns. I'm not so sure about this move because we are not proper developed yet. So I'll just go king e7 maybe. There's some move that I really, it's worrying me a little bit, is b5, yeah? But I think just with king e7, b5, bishop b7, we are fine. Bishop d7, b takes e6, bishop takes e6. Rook e1, he's creating me some troubles actually. He's creating me a lot of troubles here, so I'll just go bishop b7 here. I just want to exchange one pair of rooks, and then we should be safe here in this position. Then maybe bring our king to d6, and probably go e4 at some point, and then just try to push these guys here. Actually, this was really strong. Bishop f5, and now I am in real trouble. So still, I am in real trouble after this bishop f5 move. So what to do? Maybe just rook f8, bishop takes, rook takes. Real trouble now. What to do? Okay, I'll just go rook f8, bishop takes e7, rook f1, king d7, and I have just to go for this endgame, just with a pawn down. So let's see. So I'll just go rook f8, and then I want to go king d6, and then just trying to push our guys here. But this doesn't look so good, yeah? So king d6, rook h5 probably, and then rook f7. Yeah, suffering in this game. After rook h6, just king e5 activating our kings. And now b5, I'm just gonna go c5 here, rook h6, king c7, just protecting the b6 pawn. I just wanna go d4 at some point now. Just want to go d4, just creating some counterplay there. So g3, bishop f3 probably. Bishop f3, what's going on here? What's going on, guys? So he wants to go knight f2. So what to do? I'll just go bishop f3, now king d2 and bishop e4. That's my plan. So I just defend the h7 pawn. I can just start trying to create some counterplay now with, wow, there's rook f2 now, rook f2. Rook f2 now, just I can take with a check. I can also take this guy here with the rook, and then now knight c4 is not possible to play. So I think we are in good shape now because this knight is actually trapped. So rook h4, and now the humble move, rook g6, bishop g6, and still the knight hasn't got a proper square. Yeah. Pepe, do you like playing soccer? Yeah, I love soccer. I think every Spanish boy likes to play soccer, yeah? Yeah, I like almost every sport. So I used to do a lot of football, basketball, tennis, and swimming, for example. I was also playing in a handball team when I was 16 or 17. All right, e4, let's just go for d6, the Philidor. So, who were you rooting for in the final, in the Champions League final, Madrid or Atletico? Actually, I was supporting Atletico. I really like this Simeone, his style of coaching. Yeah, he really supports all these guys, and then I don't know, he created something special. Yeah. So e5, bishop d3, e5. I'm just gonna go d5. This move that is actually really interesting. D takes e5. Now knight takes e4. So he goes for knight d2, and then we reach this sort of isolated pawn structure. So after knight d4, I'm just gonna go bishop b4 check, bishop b4 check. Of course, if he goes bishop d2, any exchange of pieces when we are playing against an isolated pawn is actually considered to be good for the side who hasn't got the isolated pawn, yeah? So now I will just go short castles, yeah? Or maybe even queen e7 is quite interesting, but just short castles, aiming to go rook e8 now could be really interesting. Now rook e8, and then maybe some troubles. He can go actually, he can go knight e5, but something like knight b d7 should be good enough. should be good enough. Just rook e8, knight e5, only move. Maybe I can think on going knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and f6, and then he will have a lot of troubles in this fight, yeah? So knight e5, you guys follow me, knight e5, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, f6, and then he cannot actually attack on the h7 pawn, so should be fine. Wow, queen to f4, what's going on here? Now there are many interesting moves. For example, knight takes e4 followed by queen f6. This is really interesting. I'll just go for that. So let's see what I mean. So knight takes e4. And, whoa, Alberto says that he was also playing handball. Yeah, I used to love handball, yeah. Really tough sport. And they don't complain. You see in football, they're always complaining. He hit me here, you know. They just go and then just try to swim in the swimming pool. But in handball, you know, they receive, it's a really tough sport, but they never complain. This is something I like from handball players, yeah. So he just went for short castles, and then I will just go knight f6, just with my piece up. This should be a good option, yes? So now after rook e1, for example, just bishop e6, developing my pieces. Bishop c4. As I told you, my policy is to exchange every piece when we are material up. So bishop e6, after bishop takes, rook takes e6, now following by something like knight c6 or some stuff like that should be good enough. So just knight c6, developing my pieces, maybe bishop d5 in the next move, aiming to take on f3. Alberto, Spanish player who's living in Hong Kong. Hong Kong should be amazing, right? I think it's one of the most crowded countries, yeah, with a lot of, how is it called in English? Rascacielos. So these tall buildings, they have a name in English, of course, yeah? But I just forgot now. All right, so... Queen to d6, after queen takes, c takes e6, no problem. Now, of course, I want to go bishop f3, if the queen just goes to h4, for example. He goes for bishop b5, and now it's just time maybe to go bishop f3. Well, that's a queen for free? I was planning to go here, bishop f3, and the queen on f4 is hanging. This is queen takes f4, boom! So just a queen up, so he should be resigning soon. Skycrappers. All right, thank you for the word. Skycrappers. I completely forgot. So let's keep playing. Let's keep playing precisely against Alberto Muñiz, Olympic player from the Hong Kong team. So I'll just go c4, the English opening against Alberto. So let's see what he plays. He'll probably be in the Olympiads in Baku. So g3, e5, one of the most employed answers against the English opening. So I'll just go d4 here. This is one of the main options. Bishop d4, bishop b4, bishop d2. Just covering the check now. Queen to d2, d6, and now, for example, queen to, knight to c3, e3, followed by knight to e2. Maybe it's interesting to go rook e8 and e4, just closing the position. Knight e2, for example, and as I told you, short castles, and then see what happens, yeah? Maybe just bring in a rook to d1 or something like this. And we are quite solid here. This is the kind of position that I really like, so... Sergio is sending us greetings from Argentina, a really beautiful country. I would love to visit Argentina at some point in my life. So knight c7, maybe it's just time now to bring a rook to d1. Which rook? You never know. So if you think it should be the a1 rook, just bring the f1 rook, yeah? This is some rule that some strong player used to tell. So I just go now h3, probably maybe king h2 later. Maybe I can try to go f4, pushing my Facundo pawn, yeah? Facundo is always coming to win the game at some point, yeah? So e takes e4, and now knight takes d4 is quite interesting, but I'll just go e takes d4 just in case he wants to go d5. I can close the position with c5. And now, of course, maybe it's time to bring the rook to the e file, because now it's open and the queen is over there. So I'll just close the position with c5, maybe f5, g4. This is quite interesting, just rook to e1. As I told you, this should be the way to play here in this position. Just rook e1, queen to d7, and now g4, just aiming to go f5 in some position. Knight g3, followed by f5, could be really annoying for him, yeah? Knight g3, actually, followed by f5, could be winning a piece. So of course, like People are saying that, Spanish people are saying that they can understand me better than Tujan. Of course, my English is worse, so that's why you guys can understand me better, yeah? So I'll just go here. Wow, there are many interesting options. So knight takes and f5. Or even, yeah, I want to take, and then this is a pawn for free, yeah? This is a pawn for free, so maybe it's just a good idea to take it. f5 here should be really, really interesting. f5, forcing bishop d5, and f6 maybe. Wow, this is getting wild. Of course, it's just good to take, but I'm just gonna go f5, yeah? It's just good to take, but I'm just gonna go f5, and now I would love to go f6, and my idea is just to go queen h6 and checkmate, yeah? He can defend this checkmate with knight e6, but then there is some knight f4 that could be really annoying, yeah? It could be really nasty move, just aiming to actually to take on e6 and then queen g7 mate. So I will just take this guy here on e3 and then follow by queen h6 anyway. So let's say rook e8, queen e6, knight e6, knight f4. And this is just checkmate? This is just checkmate on queen h6? I know, he's got knight e6, right? He's got knight e6. Yeah, I see his point. So maybe it's just best to take here on g2. After queen to d5, just king to g1. Nothing happens, yeah? So his knight probably is gonna end up in e6 or e8, but then, as I told you, there is knight f4. This really interesting move. Let's just go queen h6. My idea is just to go knight f4 in the next move. So it's actually in real trouble in this position. So queen to d5, and then just king to h2, for example. King to h2 seems to work. King to g1 seems to work as well. So I'll just go king to h2. Let's just go king to h2. My idea is, of course, now that after knight f4, there is no check on d4 when he takes here. This is something that I completely missed, yeah? This is something that I completely missed, so I have to take here, and then the position is not so simple anymore. Wow, it's not so simple. What should I do, guys? What should I do? So, what should I do? All right, let's just bring our king. Let's just bring our king. So knight e6, just rook d1. I have 36 seconds, so I have to play fast. I'll just go rook d2 here. He can take on c5. I just completely missed that. So he's gonna take on c5. King to f3. King to f3. Now he's gonna go knight e6. I'm just suffering a lot in this game. So knight c3, forcing queen d6, rook d6, and now knight e4. Just g5, protecting our f6 pawn. Knight f8. I'm just gonna go h4. After knight e6, king e3. What's going on here? I'm just gonna go rook d3 and rook d2, for example. I have no idea. I just want to go knight c3 and then d5. I'll just take this guy here. Why not? Let's take this guy, and then he goes for rook h5. So I'm just gonna go rook h1. I have just 14 seconds, so I'm just gonna lose some time this game. Knight c3. I just want to go d5. He's not allowing me that. So probably I'll just lose this game. It's d5, let's just run. Knight f4. So I will just take this guy here, and then king to c3. Just gonna go h5 here. h5. Wow, that's a rook for free. Just gonna go here, and I will take this guy here. Give me your pawns. He goes there. I will take this guy. Check. And we won on time. Wow. I just flagged him. I'm sorry. So, thanks for the game, Alberto. You completely crushed me. But I finally managed to survive on time. So let's play against Frank Holmes. So people are sending me greetings from Uruguay. So, another really beautiful country, yeah, in Latin America. So d4, knight f6. Let's just try to play the Benko against c4. Let's see if he does that. So knight f3. So I will just go for something like d5, yeah? Let's just change a little bit. I think I never played d5 in my whole life. So I'm going to play the Slav here, and maybe this Shevchenko thing with a6, aiming to go b5 and straight away. This is quite interesting opening. Yeah, flagging is part of the game. I understand. I got flagged so many times, you know. Bishop g5, and then... All right, so what to do now? Bishop g5, and then this is my theoretical knowledge actually ends here, so I'll just go b5. Let's see what's going on. So probably c takes d5, bishop f6 is quite interesting, or queen b3 even. A3 was played, and now just one of the problems is after I play e6, this bishop is in bad shape, but still, maybe bishop f5 here. I'll just go bishop f5, why not, followed by e6 and bishop e7, just completely normal development. Bishop d3, and yeah, just bishop e7. So we are in a normal position, knight b7, right? And then followed by short castles, maybe knight b6. He wants to occupy the c file. This is actually a smart decision, yeah. Maybe knight at b6 and aiming to go knight c4. I can also try to go rook c8. I'm always a little bit concerned when I go rook c8 that there are some moves like a4 that could be really annoying. But okay, knight f6. I'll go h6 first to see what he does. After knight b6, the only problem I see is just knight e5 is quite annoying here. So let's say rook c8 and rook ac1. Actually, the position is quite uncomfortable here. So I will see. So knight b6, knight e5, knight c4 maybe. Knight c6. Yeah, it's... Alright, let's just go rook c8, and now after rook ac1, knight b6. Now the difference after knight e5, there's not the threat of knight c6, right? Because the c6 square is covered by our rook. So b3, and this is a pawn for free, and I love pawns for free. So rook e1, and then rook a1, I can try to go b4, for example, here in this position. Yeah, I'll just go, but the problem is this bishop is gonna be so sad there, yeah. So sad. Maybe queen d6 or queen e7. Maybe queen e7, bishop takes f6. Actually, something bad is happening there, or just nothing. So, because after b4, knight e2, rook takes c2, queen takes c2, then maybe, well, let's just defend our pieces, yeah? So, knight e2, rook takes c2. I see his point. So, I have to take here, I think. And now queen to e7, something like this. Queen to e7, he's got queen c6. It's actually pretty annoying in that position. No. He cannot go queen c6 because there's rook c8, boom! Yeah, because he has some troubles in the background. So we are on time just to go rook c8 in this position, and then we should be in good shape. So let's say queen a2, rook c8, knight takes a3, b takes a3, h3, something like this. Probably he's gonna get back his pawn at some point, taking on a3, but let's see. Now actually just take on a3 and queen c5. Yeah, I didn't see that coming, I have to be honest with you. So queen to c5, really a good move. A good move. I'll just go maybe queen b7. He can take on a3. That's a problem. That's a huge problem here for us. So what about after queen takes e5, d takes e5, knight d7, b4 is quite annoying. So I cannot do anything else, just going queen to b7, yeah? He cannot take on a3 with the rook because there is rook c8, but queen a3 is good enough, I think, yeah? Salsa Blanca is asking, there will be some Spanish session this time. No, this time it's just gonna be in English. The 72 hours are gonna be in English. Probably the guys from Madrid or even me at some other point will do another 72 hours, but this time it's just gonna be in English. So now queen a3, rook c8, h3, and then I don't see any good way to defend this guy here on a6. Maybe just rook c3 here could be interesting. Let's just try to go rook c3. So in case he takes on a6, I can just take and get this pawn back on b3. The position is around equal, of course, but what can we do? What can we do? So knight d2. All right. And yeah, he's playing quite well. He's putting a lot of pressure. He's putting a lot of pressure on me. So maybe just rook c2 here, forcing him to go back to b1. Or, yeah, probably I'm forcing him to go to b1. And then, I don't know. I don't see any reasonable way of defending this a6 pawn. It's quite uncomfortable, yeah? Yeah, and Rocator in the chat likes white PC. Who doesn't, yeah, in this position? He's got a better structure. He's got this weakness to attack on a6. And he goes knight f1. And again, I'm just gonna go rook c3. Let's see if he wants to draw or not. I don't want to draw, but I just... there's some... Wow, after knight d2, there was knight c4. Knight c4 was a really good move. I think, yeah, knight c4 was really good. So in case he goes back, then I can try to go knight c4 here. And just blundering something? I think it's actually a really good move. After knight takes c4, d takes c4, queen a6, rook a6, c takes b3. And actually, he has to be worried about this pawn here. Actually, at least I cannot be worse in any case. Now there's no queen b4, so and maybe even there's a rook b3 intermediate move. No, let's just not do stupid stuff, yeah? And maybe after queen a6 there is queen to b3. Queen to b3, queen c8, king to g7, and then what's going on there? Rook a8, and then that's actually can be checkmate, yeah? So I'll just take here this guy, and then I'm just gonna run with my king to c7. King f1. Whoa. Just go king e7 here. King e7, king e2. Let's just go rook c2 check. So after king f3, I can just go b2 and push a little bit more this guy here. Yeah, see you later, Salsa Blanca. King to d3, I can just take this pawn now. On f2, I can just take this pawn. On g2, now we are winning the game. Incredibly, we are winning this game. We were completely lost. And now we are pawn up, and the h3 pawn has no future, yeah? So I'm just gonna go rook h2. There's no way to defend the h3 pawn now. Rook b7, let's say king f8. We go to our cave. We go to our cave here. No problems, because in g7 this king is extremely solid. Then we can take this pawn on h3, just starting to run like Usain Bolt with this h pawn. And yeah, quite... we were quite lucky here. There was this knight c4, really interesting move. I'm just gonna take this guy here on h3, and then improve a little bit our pieces. King g7, king g6, h5, rook h1, and then start running with this guy. So, and where are the Latin American people? Yeah, where are all the Latins? Are you guys over there? So d5 was played, and then I'm just gonna take it, and then king to g6. Now it's time to run. So rook g5, and then rook g3 and rook g5 probably. So the king is cut. The king is cut. So I'm just gonna go h5, rook g4, then pushing this guy here, f5. We have twins, Facundo twins. So I'm just gonna go f4, getting rid of this pawn, check, and maybe f5 here in this position. Just I can go king g5, and then king f4. He gives me a check on g8. Otherwise, I'll go just h4, king f4, and it's not that simple to play here, yeah? It's not that simple. So I'll just go king g5 in this position, and now rook a4, yeah? Rook a4, aiming to go king to g4. Now king f4. Now rook a2 is winning another row. So just let's kick this king. So king g3, and I can just go king h3, right, in this position, king h3. So what to do? Actually, I am not so sure. I'll just go rook a5 just in case, and now king g4. Now it's time to push this guy here on f4, and king to g3. Now king f3 is gonna be played, and rook a1, and king f2 followed by f3. It's got just 3 seconds. Just gonna go king e2 followed by king f1, and this is gone, yeah? So let's keep playing. Let's play against taste, you lose. Hey, Grandmaster Pepe, if I only have a little time to study, what method, material, book, etc. would you suggest for the middle game, and which one for the end game? There are many good books for every state of the game, but for example, for end games, you should check Dworecki. It's so difficult to pronounce this name for me. Dworecki end games are really important, so you need to study them. There's another interesting book from Grandmaster de la Villa from Spain about endgames that you can check out as well. e5. I'm just gonna go knight d2. This h3 is really trendy. Now h5. This is one of the most trendy lines against this h3. Of course, the idea is just to avoid this g4. So now bishop g2, and then I'll just go short castles here. Now ideas related with bishop e3, knight d5 at some point, right? So I'll just go bishop e3 here. After b5, and now the natural way of playing is just going a4, and after b4, just knight d5. So knight bd7, maybe it's time already to push Facundo again. Maybe f4. I think it's a really interesting move here. So I'll just go for it, yeah? Why not? Let's just push our pawns. Just, of course, now one idea is go f5 at some point. Still, he's got the c4 square, but maybe some b3 prophylactic move. E takes f4. Now we'll just take with my g-pawn because I don't want him to use this e5 square. Would be really interesting square for him. Alright, g6. Maybe it's time to go f5 already. Maybe it's time to go f5 already. f5, bishop c4, and what's going on there? Yeah, maybe b3 could be interesting. Yeah, or maybe b3 straight away. Knight c5, f5. I'll just go b3. Just aiming to go f5 in the next move. Let's say knight c5, f5, bishop d7, and then I can bring my knight to f4, putting a lot of pressure on the g6 pawn. Actually, another book that I would really like to recommend you is Chess for Zebras from Jonathan Rowson. It's actually Jonathan Rowson, the British Grandmaster. He's also a philosopher, I think. So actually, he thinks in a really interesting way. And this is a really good chess book. And another chess book that I really like is there's another book from Jonathan Rowson. What's the name? I forgot. Okay, bishop d7. Let's just focus a little bit. So knight f4. And I want to take on g6 now. Of course, g5 is not possible because knight h5 is coming. And it's not so easy to play. Let's say king g7. King g7 is coming. Yeah, and now maybe bishop d4. This could be really annoying, this diagonal. Now he's in real trouble, I would say, because knight d5 is coming, putting some more pressure, threatening knight takes e7, and then bringing the other knight to d5. So bishop c6 has been played, and now, yeah, now let's just go knight d5. After bishop takes, knight takes d5, and actually you can see a lot of pressure in this diagonal. It's so difficult to remove this pressure, yeah, because now if you move the king, actually you can move the king here in this position. So wow, let's see what's going on. So bishop take, there should be something really good now here for white, yeah. So f takes doesn't work. So what about f takes, knight takes everything, and then f takes e6, but he can take just with the queen, yeah. So now it's a good time to think a little bit. Whoa, what should I do? What should I do? So knight takes e7, queen takes e7. I don't see any clear winning move, yeah? I don't see any clear winning move in this position. What to do, guys? What to do? Bishop takes c5. No, it doesn't work, yeah? It doesn't work at all. So I'll just go knight f4? No, because knight takes e4, yeah? Not so simple here, actually. So it's not that simple. And I'm starting to think that, okay. What should I do here? What should I do? Knight f4, knight takes e4, queen d3, d5. All the time, yeah? All the time. All right, let's just go knight f4. In case he takes on e4, I can just go queen d3. I don't know. I can also go f takes g6 and knight s6 if he goes knight takes e4. That's one of the ideas. Yeah, los 7 pecados capitales, yeah. The 7 deadly sins in English, yeah. That's the book from Jonathan Rowson that I was talking about. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Thelacqua, for telling me. So knight f4, I mean, if knight c takes e4, f takes g6, wow, this is really crazy. King h6. I wasn't expecting this move, actually. So I'll just go Maybe just queen e2 or something, improving my pieces a little bit, or just queen d2. So after knight takes e4, wow, g5. He's being really brave. So let's just go on knight d3. Now probably after knight takes e4, queen e3, he's got d5, but there are so many interesting moves like h4, something like this. Wow, knight takes e4, I'll just go queen takes e3. It's not takes e3, just queen e3. And then my next move could be b4. Or actually, I don't know, maybe f6 at some point should be good as well. I have no clue, guys. So d5, f6 is actually really good because at some point the c5 knight will be hanging, yeah? So I don't know if you guys are following me. d5, f6, bishop takes, knight takes, so he cannot do that. So he goes for knight f6, and maybe it's just time to go rook a e1. After rook e8 there is the strong move h4. I didn't want to go h4 straight away because there was rook g8, and now after h4 actually he cannot go rook g8 because the bishop on e7 is hanging. So I will just take this guy. Maybe he can go knight g4. Actually didn't see that coming, so maybe it's just good to go queen to d2 here in this position. Just keeping this pin in this g5 could be really annoying. Then maybe some f6. Actually f6 is really a huge threat in this position. f6 is actually a huge threat because after bishop takes, then the g5 pawn is hanging, yeah? And queen to c7, and now it's time to go f6, I wanna go queen g5, and then boom, on g7, this just checkmate. f6 could be a I think it's just winning. d5 is not possible to go to h2 with checkmate because queen to g5 and queen to g7 just giving checkmate. Pepe, how old were you when you became a master and grandmaster? I'm 17 and rated 1871. My goal is 2200. Just keep going for that. Yeah, I became an international master with 19 years old, if I remember correctly, and grandmaster just last year in 2015. So I just very new grandmaster, yeah. And I'll just go, okay, bishop f8, and then I'll just go queen to g5. Yeah, that's a huge blow now. Let's say queen to h5. Now my idea is just to go, I don't know, this should be completely winning. But you can never know in chess. In chess, it's always difficult. So I'll just go bishop d5, yeah? Not giving him any chance to activate himself with queen to g3. So he goes for knight to e6. Now I'm just wondering if I could just go, I'll just take this guy here, maybe f7 here. Wow. This is getting good for us. So rook f7. I'll just go rook f6 here, putting a lot of pressure. Rook takes f7, I'll bring the other rook to e6. Lot of action going on here. So queen to g6, check. That's a baboom. Wow, queen takes h6. Boom! This was nice. Thank you for the game, Taste Your Lose. And I'll keep playing. I'll just take some other challenger. For example, who do we have here? Let me see. A lot of non-premium members. You guys know that I cannot accept non-premium members. Just become premium. Because we have a lot of video series. You can play Banter Blitz against us. So d4, knight f3. I'll just go c4, knight c3, and e4. Just playing main line against the King's Indian. He goes bishop g4. I'm just gonna go knight g1. It's actually a really cute move. So the idea is just to go knight takes g2 and then reach some sort of Maroczy structure without the light square bishop. So he goes for e5. Just gonna go d5, and then this in the King's Indian. I think without this bishop here, then the attack is not that dangerous. So I will just go, I'll keep playing in the normal way, in the usual way. I'll just go queen to c2, he wants to go knight c5, then I'll prepare this b4 break. Let's say, for example, b3, a3, rook b1, b4. yeah, queen e7, I'll just go rook b1 here. Maybe after a3 straight away, then a4 was quite interesting, because after b4 there was knight b3. So he goes for knight h5 here in this position, and I'll just go a3. It's time to push our guys here. It's time to push our guys and grab some space on the queen side. After f5, I can just go b4, a takes, knight a6, and then f3 maybe, and then just try to go bishop e3 and bishop f2. And then without this guy here, then the attack is not so dangerous, because normally you have a lot of sacrifices on h3, but without this guy, I think the position is quite good for... I think now I just made a mistake. I should have played f3, yeah? Because now he can take on e4. Still, the position is quite okay, but my idea was not to allow this. But of course now, okay, position is again interesting. Let's go back to c2 and then just try to develop our pieces. b5 could be interesting in this position. So knight to g4. What about f3 here? What about f3? You guys like it? f3. There is queen h4, really interesting. I'll just go f3 or maybe h3. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'll just go h3. This is more common move. Yeah, now knight f6 and probably bishop e3. Knight h6. Actually, this is getting good for me, I think. I will just think what to do. He wants to go knight f5 and knight d4. So I'll just take this guy and then play knight c3 or knight g3. Just go knight c3. My idea is just to stun a monster here on e4. This will be a really amazing knight. So... Good morning, Samuel. Good morning. I will just go here. It's getting tricky, yeah? So I'll just go knight e4. After rook f4, there is always g3. So actually he cannot go rook f4 straight away. And now our pawns are starting to run, yeah? c5, of course. If I manage to do something in this on the queen side, then will be much better. After c takes d5, b takes b5, the b file is open for our rook, then d6 will be a pass pawn. So it's actually not so simple for black to play here. Maybe rook d8 just to play passively here in this position, but then I like the position. So rook d8, maybe rook ad1, rook bd1, just defending the d5 pawn, just in case you want to open the position with d takes c5. So let's see what he does. And greetings from Philippines. Oh, people from Philippines. Hi there. And has to be a really beautiful country. I was in Malaysia for a conference in November. It was really nice. Then I took my brother there, so he took holidays in his job. And then we went to Phuket. It's an island in Thailand, really nice island. And then Singapore. Actually, Singapore is so expensive, you know. I never thought it could be so expensive. So I remember we were planning to buy, I don't know, some, what was I gonna say? I don't remember. Okay. So, yeah, rook bd1 and g5. This actually could give me, now f3 could be really interesting. f3, and now this bishop here looks quite clumsy on h6. Maybe I should try to activate my pieces via the a file or something like this. Let's say now bishop g7 is quite natural. And g4, wow, he goes for the attack. But I think just now, wow, this is actually interesting. I'll just take with my Facundo pawn, so Facundo will not be Facundo anymore. I'll just take here. I think this is quite okay. After bishop e3, just king h1. Then this knight does a fantastic job there on e4. And maybe after bishop e3, king h2. So after bishop f4, I can just play g3. So yeah, I think maybe... I think king h2 is it's much better than... or king h1, I don't know. I'll just go king h2. Let's see. Because after bishop f4... As I was telling you, now g3 is actually almost winning the game, yeah? Rook f8 is coming, and now it's an important moment. Maybe I should try to go queen to e2 here. One needs to be really careful in this position, but I think with queen e2 we are more than safe. And any exchange is favorable for us because we are one pawn up. We have a monster here on e4. Nobody can kick this knight from there. Yeah, not even God. Not even Magnus Carlsen can kick this knight from e4. So So, Potro Salvaje, today we are gonna do just in English, yeah? So I promise I will be doing in Spanish very soon, but today has to be in English. So I will just take on f7 and then queen rook f1. Yes, as I told you, I love exchanging everything when I am material up. So just rook f1, after bishop f4, still we got this g3 that could be quite annoying for him, because actually he just has to go back to e3 probably. So he took on f1, and now there are some threats related for going. Okay, he went for king to g7, and now I'm gonna improve the position of my pieces a little bit. So just queen f5 is good. Now queen to d7 is actually a huge threat, so he has to do something about that. Queen f4, just this endgame is much better for white. You can see how this knight controls everything. This king could never come into the center. This knight is really well placed over there in e4. This is a huge monster. So d takes b5, and now maybe just queen to d7, or what to do? No, maybe just b takes c5. Why not? Now I want to go d6 and make a queen. For sure. I'm a bit worried about queen f4. Queen f4, e takes e4, because my king is actually a bit far away from the action, yeah? It's actually a bit far away from the action, so maybe it's just better to go g3 here. g3 is actually quite interesting. G3 is quite interesting here, because he cannot go queen f2 or something, and now my king comes really fast via g2, right? So you see that my king comes really fast now, king f3 and g4, for example. Yeah, we are much better in this endgame. So let's say, for example, c takes and bishop takes. I'm just gonna go g4, and then he's gonna suffer a lot in this game. g5, h4, king g4, h5, g6, f6. All my pawns are dancing reggaeton, are dancing son salsa. Let's just go with h4 here, and king f7, h5, king g4. We are coming there, we are coming. He cannot do anything, just h6 followed by king h5, for example. Anything is good here now. So it takes, and now king h5 followed by f6. The bishop cannot cover the f6 square. So actually now this is just very simple. We just go through the light squares, king f5 and king e6, for example, followed by f7. Let's say g7 and king e7. And this is just a queen. This is just a queen, guys. So thank you very much for the game, Tras Corrales. It's time to play against some tough player, yeah? So we got Igor Caballera, 2400 player from Ecuador. Another beautiful country, yeah? Potro Salvaje, I will accept your challenge. But actually, yeah, you are the next. You are the next in playing, Potro Salvaje. So, whoa, what did Jan do? Jan was using this today or not? No, right? But actually, I look cooler with this blonde hair, yeah? But you know, in Spain, it's very difficult to be born with this such as colorful hairstyle, yeah? Alright, so are you there, Igor Caballera? Because I don't see you, so I will have to abort the game. Let's see if I can improve my ratings and like Jan. Just maybe I will become 2600 just if I manage to wear his color hair, yeah? So he's not here, so I will have to abort the game. So where are all the Latin Americans? I don't see any Latin American. They should be awake. So let's just pick Omid Malek, user from Canada. Let's go for knight f3. Let's go for knight f3 here. So I look like some rock singer, yeah? c4, let's just try to e6, and I'm just gonna go for g3, playing the Reti style. d5, just gonna go b3, just defending my pawns, and then bishop g2, short castles, bishop d2, just double fianchetto. Yeah, I love these kinds of positions. I played this so many times in classic games. c6, this looks actually quite passive, yeah, and must normally people go c5 here in these positions, but he goes for c6. Maybe I'll just go d4 or e3, queen e2, and then bring a rook. I'll just go d4 here, maybe just followed by queen c2, and then bring a rook to d1, or you know, in the Catalan type of positions, you normally want to go e4 here, and black normally maybe would love to go c5 in some positions, right? So let's see what he does. I will go e4 in the next move he allows me. Maybe after queen c7 I wouldn't, because after e4, then exchanging everything, then c5 would be really interesting move. But still, it's good position for white, yeah? So rook c8. Now, he wants to go probably after... I'll just go e4, let's see what happens, yeah? So d takes e4, knight takes e4. The question is, what happens after c5 straight away? It's the final countdown. The final countdown. Wow, there is a really interesting move. Knight g5 here. Bishop takes e5, bishop b7. Actually, I want to do that. But I'm not so sure, because after knight g5, bishop takes, bishop g7, rook c7, I just go back with my bishop to g2, for example, and then he's got this bishop f6, and then he manages to exchange my beautiful bishop on d2. Therefore, I will try to go maybe rook a d1. What do you guys think? I will just go rook a d1, for example. Then he takes on f3. What can we do? We reach this position. Okay, let's take on d4. So bishop takes f3, and then bishop takes f3. We reach this equal position. So he took on d4. Now it's time to go. Why? Yeah, let's go rook to d4. He wants to go maybe queen f6, queen e7. Wow, there is knight g5 now or not? Is it working? He's got just knight f6. Yes, just like that. Yeah, so it's not a problem for him. So actually, not so simple, yeah? Not so simple. Just go rook d1, just a natural way of playing, just putting all my pieces on the d file. Maybe just queen to d3 or queen to d2. He wants to go e5 probably. So not that simple to play here. Not so easy. Why not maybe just knight to e5? He's gonna exchange on g2. I need to play fast. So king to g2, queen to b7 probably, then just king to g1, again back. Then we got some control on the d file, but I don't know if this is gonna be enough. I would love to play an endgame, this 3 versus 2, and then the d file plus the d file could give me some good news, right? So I'll just go queen e2, just avoiding this b5 breaks and defending my knight on e5. Then I wanna go maybe knight to d7, first king g1, so avoid all this kind of checks on c6. So just king g1 in the next move. I'll just go king g1. I want to go knight to d7 now. I just want to play this endgame a bit better for white, yeah? So knight d7. Knight d7 I think is a good move, because now he cannot take. And then he goes rook d8. I can ruin a little bit his pawn structure, taking on f6. I will just take on f6. And then now, for example, what can I do? Just queen to g4 check. He wants to go king h7 probably. And then I will go just queen e4 or something like this. I have no idea. Queen e4. Let's just go queen e4, f5, and then queen to d3. Now we have control over the d files. Then after rook d4, queen d4, no rook can come to d8. Maybe something like queen to d6. Queen to d6, or I have no clue. Queen to d6, let's go queen d6 and try to win this endgame. Rook takes d6 and then f4, just bringing my king to the center. King f2, king e3, king d4, b4, c5. Trying to create a pass pawn. Yeah, let's go. King e3. Let's go back. Rook to d2. And he goes for this endgame. How is this endgame? I have no clue. I just go rook c2. I don't want any draw. So let's see. Now I want to go c5. I want to go c5. Okay, let's just play the endgame. I have no idea. So just king d4 and now b4. So how is this actually? Just go a4. It takes king e3. And actually this could be even worse for me. Yeah, king c6. I'll just go h3. And he's gonna lose some time, yeah? Thank you for the game. So I will be until 2 p.m. That's what you guys are asking. Then I think Pico is gonna play 1 hour of Banter Blitz. I'm not so sure how many hours. And then at 5, not so sure. You can check out the schedule here that some Nihilist, the user Nihilist, posted in the chat. So E4. Let's go for the Philidor. It's one of my favorite openings. We got Potro Salvaje, Mexican player. I really like Mexican food. You guys need to try burritos or quesadillas, or for example tacos. Yeah. So this endgame of the Philidor, I really like it. Yeah. I have to tell you that I really like this endgame. I'll just go Bishop B4. One of the ideas after Bishop C4, just take on C3 and then play Bishop A6. So I'll just take here. Why not? And then just Knight to C6. He'll probably go Bishop C4 at some point and then just Bishop E6. I think this knight is good enough for us. So let's play just Bishop E6 straight away. So after Rook D1, just King E7, for example. Then we have this beautiful C4 square for one knight, for example, Knight A5 and Knight C4. This could be a really interesting maneuver. Just King E7, H6, for example. Yeah, H6, kicking this bishop back, for example, after Bishop B3. Okay, he goes for Bishop B5, and now I'm just gonna go Knight A5. As I told you, now my idea is just to go Knight C4 at some point, or even Bishop C4 could be really interesting. Bishop C4 runs into Rook D7 check. Rook D7 check. Thanks for the game to you, Omid. So he wants to go Bishop C5, would be really annoying. So I'm just gonna go B6, controlling the C5 square. And now my idea is just to go Bishop C4. Actually, Bishop C4 would be winning some material already. He does something stupid. So actually, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna play Bishop C4 here. What do you guys think? Yeah, Bishop C4 after F takes E5, Knight G4, for example. So and after Bishop takes E4, Knight takes E4, then the A3 pawn is hanging. Then the E4 pawn was hanging as well. But I think Bishop C4 is a really interesting move. So, what are you gonna do about that now? Potro Salvaje from Mexico. Knight takes, and now it's time to think. For example, now actually there is a really good move, Knight G4. After Bishop takes C4, Knight E3 is actually, wow, I completely overlooked this, yeah? Wow. Rook D7, how did I blunder this, yeah? How did I blunder this move? Oh my god, okay. What happens after King to E8? What happens after King to E8? Actually, maybe it's not that bad after King to E8. King to E8, there is some discovered check? No, actually not. So I'll just go King to E8. Let's play King E8. I don't want to be checkmated in one move. That's the only thing, yeah? So I'll just go King E8. Let's see what happens. Now after some move with the rook, just Bishop takes B5. And then the bishop on A3 is hanging. So maybe this is not that bad at the end of the day. So Rook C7, and now I just take this guy here on B5, as I told you. And now the E3 bishop is hanging. So he has to do something about that as well. And then I was planning to castle, you know. And then I moved my king on move 4, yeah. On move 5, I just moved my king. And then I was planning to castle, yeah. So I need to focus a little bit more. So Bishop D4 could be... Ah, the knight on E2 is hanging as well. Yeah, there are too many pieces hanging. Da, 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 da. So this is good news for us. And Juan Manuel 93, Uruguayan player, he's telling me, please accept my challenge. I cannot because you are not a premium member. This is just for premium users. This is just one of the advantages that premium users have. Right? So thanks for the game, Potro Salvaje. And then we got Luquitas. Where are you from, Luquitas? Spanish player. So we'll see. So E4. I'll just play now, for example. Let's just try to play some accelerated brag or not some Maroxy. Okay, the close Sicilian. I just go Knight C6 now. Bishop B5. And I'll just go Knight D4 here. G6, Knight F3 probably. And then Bishop G7. Knight takes D4, C takes D4. Queen F3 is quite interesting here. Actually, it's quite interesting. So I'll just go E6, just avoiding the checkmate. And maybe I'm just already worse. Maybe I am already worse. And I think I am. I'll just go D6 here, just to avoid this Knight D6 check. And Queen to G3. So this actually doesn't look so well, yeah? So maybe king e7, wow. I just played like a patzer, yeah? So e5, queen f3 back, probably. And then knight f6. Actually, I don't like the position at all. So I will just go king e7, yeah? Let's just try to survive here. And my next move is probably a6, finally kicking this knight back, and then followed by knight f6, probably developing my pieces, just trying to create some kind of artificial castling, like rook e8 and then king f8. But of course, I just played like a kid. You know, this is well known that this knight takes d4 and queen f3 is just good, a bit better for white, yeah? So, yeah. c3 is actually really interesting now, here in this position. Yeah, c3 is really interesting because after a6 he can just take on d4. After d takes e3, d takes c3, now the bishop on c1 comes to the attack pretty fast. So he went for f4 and pushing Facundo, and I will just go a6, queen a3. Wow. Just, but this actually could be a huge mistake. I don't know, because after rook b8 he still got a7 for his knight, but it's not an ideal square, yeah? So let's say after knight a7 I can just go bishop d7, for example, and then this knight I'm gonna get it, yeah? I'm gonna get this knight at some point. Knight a7, bishop d7, e5, queen b6, for example, and then this knight has no future at all, yeah? It works less than Tarzan. What was it? Bishop d7, yeah? Now my idea is just to go queen b6. He will probably go for e5, queen to b6, and the knight on a7 is hanging. So, thanks to you for the game, Potro Salvaje. So I will just go queen to b6 now. After e takes d6 and then just endgame, this is quite good for black, because this knight on a7 is so sad, right? It has nothing to do there. It's actually totally lost that knight, yeah? So this queen a3, this square on a3 was actually the only vacant square for the knight. So she should have retreated his knight to a3. D3, and then yeah, it's quite interesting because after queen a7 he's got queen to d6, but still I think it's not enough. I can just go anyway. I will just go knight h6 because this knight is already lost, and then maybe I can just think on going then in the next move queen a7, queen d6, king e8, and then I can just go knight f5, kicking this queen back. Wow, so he's coming to b4. This is getting actually quite tricky. I will just take, because I think I have some bishop f8 later. So queen d6, king e8, bishop b4, and then just bishop f8 or even knight f5, yeah? Even knight f5, but I think bishop f8 just wins a piece if he goes for bishop b4, right? So actually bishop b4 cannot be played, and if bishop b4 cannot be played, then my next move is probably bishop f8, forcing this queen to go to c7, then rook c8, then forcing this queen back to a5, and then no future for white here in this position, yeah? Alright, so just 20 seconds for Luquitas. Short castle, and maybe I will just be a little bit smarter and then just try to go rook c8 first. So now bishop f8 will be winning the queen already. Yeah, so that's why it's a little trick that first we play rook c8, now c7 is not vacant for the queen. So yeah, he realizes and then he goes for queen a3. I'll just go bishop f8 anyway. And now this is another piece for free. Boop! 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 b5, 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 winning a piece, winning a piece, winning a piece, winning a piece, winning a piece. Thank you for the game, Luquitas. And I'm gonna go e4. Ben Davies from New Zealand. Ben Davies from New Zealand. So e4. And 6:25 a.m. in Germany. I still have 6.5 hours to go and playing some chess. At some point I have to make a break, and I have to upload a paper because we have a deadline today in the university for a conference. So I will have to stop for 2-3 minutes and then upload this paper and then keep going. So John, you didn't challenge me. John doesn't want to play today. Paraguayan player. By the way, John, did you make it to the Olympiads? Did you classify to the Olympic team or not? Because I think you should be quite close to the Olympic team. Or maybe in Paraguay. Who's playing for Paraguay? Axel Batman. Yeah, that's a tough team, yeah, to make it. So Axel Batman, Zenon Franco, and there's another international master, I think. All right, so e4. Are you there, Ben Davis? So Ben Davis is not there, so we need to take another challenger. Let's see who's here. Okay, we got John Topo Henchen from Paraguay. So thanks to you, Javier, for being with us. So John Derek Heinichen from Paraguay. He wants to crush me, so I'll just go e6, the French. Actually, he beat me in the Spanish Banter Blitz the other day, so one needs to be really careful. I played the Philidor and then he crushed me with a strong attack, so d5, we are playing the French now. So knight d2 or knight c3 or e5 or e takes d5, all main options. Advanced variations, just c5, just break in the center straight away. c3, knight queen to b6, knight c6. This is pretty natural, yeah, knight f3, knight c6, now a3 or bishop e2. All of them are quite natural moves. And b3, of course, is really natural, so bishop e2 as well, a3, knight h6. I like this move, b4, c takes d4, c takes d4, knight f5. So what are you gonna do about that? What do you want to do? Bishop d3 is quite interesting as well. Sacrificing this pawn after bishop d7, short castle, c takes d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes, queen takes. This is a well-known sacrifice, and it's quite interesting actually. And I never remember anything when people play this to me. So bishop e2. So what was the move here? Just gonna go knight h6. After bishop takes h6, g takes h6. I can just go bishop g7 later, short castles, and it's supposed to be okay for black, I think. Now my idea is after c takes d4, c takes d4, knight f5. Actually, white has difficulties to defend this d4 pawn, so maybe it's just best to go bishop takes h6 now, because now actually I don't see any option to defend this guy here on d4, right? After knight c3 I can just take on c4, bishop e3 I can just take, and then queen takes b2. So I think black is much better already. Yeah, maybe knight c3. Maybe I'm not seeing something, but yeah, knight c3 I can just take on d4, right? Still, it's interesting, but all right, this is just a pawn up, yeah? So I will just take this guy here. Give me your pawns, baby. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and too many pawns, too many pawns. Yeah, Zenon is actually really well-known grandmaster, and he's also a writer. He writes, he's journalist, I think. I'm not so sure. But he lives in Spain. He's one of the best Paraguayan players. So, knight takes d4. Now John has some troubles because he is a pawn down, but still there are some counterplay, of course. Let's say bishop e3 could be interesting, because after knight takes e2, queen takes e2, d4, there is always knight a4. So he goes for knight takes d4, and now it's time to think, what should I do? I think I should take with my queen. Because after queen c2, maybe it's too risky to take the second pawn on e5, but I can just go, I don't know, something like bishop e7, just complete development, and then after bishop e3, maybe I can just take on e5 whenever he goes bishop e3, because then there are more pieces on the e file, and then it's more difficult to take advantage of that for white, yeah? So yeah, this is, somebody's asking from Argentina, Heisenberg24, if this is live or this is something that we recorded. No, this is live. This is 7:30 a.m. in Germany. Remember, we are doing 72 hours of Banter Blitz non-stop. We are getting crazy here in Chess24. We love to do that. We are crazy people. Opponent disconnected. It's appearing in my screen, so I don't want to beat you because of bad connection. I want to beat you because I beat you, yeah? So greetings to Heisenberg, who is following us from Argentina. And Oswald from Mexico. A lot of people from Mexico following us. So good Mexican food, yeah? So good. Burritos, quesadilla, tacos, tequila is also good. Mexico is amazing, even though I've never been there, yeah? But the culture and the food, the gastronomy and the people. Okay, John, I'm sorry. Sorry for your bad connection. Thanks for the game. And we got to play against Olemat. So C4. C4 and English opening, knight f6, knight f3. Let's just play this English style opening again. Olemat, it's actually a user from Chile. So let's just play against, let's just play the fianchetto against a King's Indian, bishop g2, short castles, and d4 probably in the next move. d4. Yeah, this is the main line c5. Okay, just knight c3, knight c6, and this is the symmetric against the English, and d4 now, c takes d4, knight takes d4. Normally black goes for knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and d6. There are many interesting ideas related for going d6 and bishop d6, and then there are some tricks in these diagonals that you always have to pay attention to. So I will just try to explain to you. Let's say knight takes d4, queen takes d4, d6. Let's say h3, and now bishop e6. And after bishop e6, black will be threatened to go knight d5. This is actually a well-known trick. And this is actually a well-known sacrifice that actually I have no clue. So I'll just take this guy here and then bishop c6. And I will just return with my bishop to h3. The idea is bishop to e6. So maybe I'll just go queen a4, defending my c4 pawn, attacking the a6 guy. And after something like queen b6, there are always moves like bishop e3, right? I'm not so sure in this position because my pawn on b2 is hanging, but maybe first the prophylactic move, rook to b1. Yeah, so now bishop e3 is actually a good move. It's actually a huge threat because we would be winning the game on the spot because the queen cannot defend the bishop on a6. So actually bishop e3 is threatened. So something like knight g4, then it allows us to go knight d5, another interesting threat. Rancheras is actually really interesting music style. Ahí viene el dicharachero. So bishop e3 and now rook c4. Maybe just there are many interesting moves after rook c4. Even queen a3 is actually really good. Queen a3 and then the queen hasn't got a proper place to be moved, right? Because bishop on a6 is hanging. So rook c4, even queen takes c4 is quite okay as well. But I really like this queen a3 just to show you guys. And then he resigned. Thank you, Olemat, for the game. Thank you, Olemat, for the game. We keep playing against Ik Auch. And I will go e4 now, just changing a little bit. I want to feel like Jan again. At least, if I cannot have 2600, at least I will have his color here, yeah? So, knight c3. Then let's just go for bishop g5 now. Bishop g5 and now e5, the Chatar attack after h4, yes, sacrificing this pawn. And after, let's play knight h3, winning a tempo. The idea is actually, I don't remember anything, but I'll just go queen to d3 and then knight f4. I think this was the idea, knight f4, something like this. I don't remember anything. But there are some nice threats related to taking on e6 at some point. And I will just go... maybe queen g3. No, queen g3 is quite interesting. I'll just go queen g3. So he cannot go queen g5 because boom, queen to g5 has to go king to h8. And now some interesting options. Let's say just long castle, right? Just attacking a little bit. So what's going on here? What's going on? I would love to go knight h5 and then queen g5 can come right with a check and would be quite good for him. So yeah, maybe I will just take on c5. Let's see what happens here. Knight takes c5. I can develop my piece. Maybe bishop d3. And not so sure about what I'm doing. Not so sure at all. So So knight c5. What should I play now? What should I play? I should develop my pieces. I will just go king to b1. This is a move that you always do when you don't know what to do in this kind of positions, yeah? The king is always a better place on b1. And now queen to e7 was played. And then this gives me the extra chance of sacrificing a piece with a tempo, right? Later. So... la 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 la. So what about if I go here, bishop d3 or bishop e2 followed by bishop h5? I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. What about just playing some tricky moves like queen f3, yeah? Just to put some tricks. Now knight g6 will be a ratatata, will be completely destroying him, just winning the queen. Though he's not gonna allow that. He's gonna play king g8 probably. King g8, but now I can bring my other rook to the attack, right? I'm just a bit concerned about this knight c6 move at some point. Knight c6 move, but still, knight c6. Alright, let's just go for rook h3. So knight c6 now, and queen to g3. What's going on here? Queen to g3. Actually, it takes on e5. So I'll just go rook e1, just defending my guy there, and then rook g3 followed by knight h5 is my idea. Good morning, Descafe now. Good morning, Descafe now. I like this nickname. I'll just go maybe queen to h5 here. Actually, the position is getting so interesting now. It's getting really interesting. What about rook g3 followed by knight e5, and then what? And then what? I have no idea. So knight h5 straight away. No. This doesn't work. Nothing works here. So queen g5, queen h5, g6, take everything. Yeah, let's go just queen to h5. My idea is after g6, boom! Knight takes g6, f takes, queen g7, queen e6. And then there are so many pawns, like... Whoa! My idea is now to go rook to g3. Just putting some pressure on the g7 pawn. Maybe it's nothing, yeah, but we keep putting pressure on the king. Just an interesting way of playing, I think. But I just didn't see this move, queen to g5, yeah? Oh, I'm gonna suffer again in this game. Now I'm just completely, just much worse, yeah? So maybe just knight to d3 defending this guy here. So knight to g3 and then takes and f4. And still we have some compensation, but I think it's not enough. So black should be much better here. And he's got 3 minutes in this position, so it's gonna be a tough game now from now, yeah? So I'll just go to h1 and then try to go f4, maybe f4, and then bishop e2 or g3, just developing my pieces, g3, bishop g2, something like this. Let's see how can I improve my pieces, g3 and then bishop g2. Nothing is lost yet. We need to manage to save this game. Let's go for that. Let's try to save the game. So maybe knight e2, c3. He wants to regroup his pieces. So he went for knight c5. Let's just go for knight e2. Just aiming to go knight d4 at some point when he removes his knight from c6. Bishop d7. Wow, this is getting tricky all the time. Just go rook d1. My idea is just maybe to go knight f2 and then knight d4. Maybe c4 could be interesting now. c4 could be really interesting. Let's just go c takes d3 now, trying to take advantage of the a file or the c file at some point. After when he removes the knight from c6, then knight d4 is a good move. So wow, he went for knight b4, so he just has to go back now in this moment. And actually, I don't know what to play. Honestly, I don't know what to play. I'll just go rook c1. After rook c8, well, so we keep playing. I'll just go bishop f3 here. We have to knight a5. I'll just go knight to d4, occupying this beautiful square for a knight. Knight c6 probably, and then we are much worse. I wish I had the pawn on h4 now, but there's no pawn on h4, and we are much worse. Knight b7, he's coming to c5. He's playing quite accurately in this position. So I'll just go bishop d1, just to go bishop c2 in case he goes for knight c5. So rook c1, king c1, then the king comes to d2. I had to play fast. Guys. I had to play really fast if I don't want to lose some time. Bishop b3, maybe now b4 at some point, but he's got this knight a4. He's got this knight a4. I'll just go b4 because I think this position is quite okay. So he's gonna go for knight b7. Knight b7 is coming. Knight b7 is coming. What should I do? I'll just go bishop b3 now. Rook c8 probably. I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna take it and play king b2, avoiding this rook coming to c3. And then this is actually quite complicated. The position is quite complicated. Wow. Just go 92. Bishop b5, probably rook d1. Just, he's playing so fast. It's getting so difficult. So knight c6 will be losing because of a4. He goes for knight b7. Let's just occupy again this beautiful square for our knights. So knight d4, we need to save this game. Knight d4. How are you gonna beat me? Maybe knight b8 is quite interesting. Again, knight b8. Yeah, knight d8 for knight c6. But still, I can always try to pin this knight. So b4 was played. I'm just gonna go b5, knight c5, bishop c2, controlling every square. Bishop c2, and then I have no clue. Maybe just king c1. I'll just go king c1 and then king d2, improving the position of our kings. King d2, and then he wants a draw. No, this is not possible. You cannot. You shouldn't want a draw in this position. I will just go bishop d1 and knight b3, trying to create some troubles. Knight b3. No, knight b3 actually doesn't create any trouble, but because there is knight b3 check. But before we can go king e3. Sorry guys that I'm not paying attention to your comments now because I'm really focused on trying to beat him. Now there is a really interesting move like knight a6 that I just completely missed. So what should I do here? In this position? Wow. I'll just go knight to b3. Let's see what's going on. Knight b3. Actually, knight b3 is really good. Now d4 is a threat. 30 seconds each. d4 is actually a huge threat here in this position. What are you gonna do about that? Knight a6 doesn't work. So d4 is just winning something, right? d4 is just winning something. Knight a6, I can just take on a6 because the rook on c1 is well defended. So he took there, and then I just take this guy here, and probably we are just winning this game. I'll just take here king to d4, knight c5. I could have taken that guy on a5. What am I doing, guys? So knight d3, I just want to regroup my pieces. Knight a3, king c5. Now I come with my king to destroy his position. Knight g5 is coming. Bishop e2, now b6, bishop b5 is just winning. b6, bishop b5, takes. Give me everything, give me your pawns, baby. Give me your pawns. Thank you very much for the game. And I see some people. Good morning, Santander. How are you? Hope you are doing fine. I'm gonna play against Carlos Sick. And yeah, I had a lot of troubles in this game, but finally I managed to save it. So another Mexican player, Carlos. I'm just gonna go for my favorite, Philidor again. d6, knight f6. And bishop d3. Everybody's playing bishop d3 against me. And then I'm just gonna go with this d5 move that is actually quite interesting. So d takes e5, knight takes e4. For example, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes, king takes. This game I think is quite good for black. So knight c6, and now the idea is just to go bishop g4 at some point. I remember I lost a game against what's his name? A 2700 in the World Rapid Championship in Berlin. I just don't remember. Alright, so doesn't matter. So, I'll just go here, bishop e7. Still, he cannot take on e4, because d takes e4, queen takes, rook takes. It's not a problem. So, bishop f4. Just gonna go... what about knight c5 here? Knight c5, bishop c2, and... Anyway, I'll just castles here. Still, it's not possible to take on e4. I think it's not good, because there are some background problems later. So So my idea is now, yeah, after d takes e4, rook takes d8. Now probably there is rook d1 check here, rook d1 check, and then my idea is after rook e1 there is actually boom, bishop f3, just winning the game of the spot, and after king h2 then there is some counterplay because he cannot move these pieces in the background. Bishop g6 and then rook e1 still saves the game for him. So maybe I just take on f3 and then just bring my rooks to the d file, right? Yeah, right. So, or maybe just rook d8 first. Rook d8 first is a bit annoying. G4 actually I think is quite good. G4 is quite good. So I'll just take here and then just rook d8. My plan is just to go rook f1 and rook d1 if he allows me. Probably king g2 is a good move here. Probably king g2 is a good move. And yeah, but this is quite uncomfortable for white to play. It's just a pawn, and then you see that actually you can lose the game if you don't play it really precisely. Now, for example, rook to f1 and is just a huge threat now, because then rook d to d1 is actually winning the game. So let's see how he tries to play against this. So I would say, like, yeah, as I told you, I think king to g2 is the best move here, just to avoid rook f1. And then I'm not so sure how to continue myself. Maybe, okay, e6. And now I think it's time to go maybe just rook f1, as I told you. And then e takes f7, just king takes f7. And then defending my guy on e7. The next move is rook d1. And then I see a lot of troubles for white here in this position, yeah? So boom, 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 boom. Rook to d1, rook to d1, and then this knight is so tasty. It has an amazing curry sauce. And actually, this is not checkmate already. No, rook g1, it's pretty close to checkmate, yeah? Wow, I've seen a checkmate. I've seen a checkmate. So let's try to calculate. Rook g1, king h2, rook h1. If king g2, just rook d g1 checkmate. If king g3, just rook d g1. Only moves king f4. Bishop g5 check. Only move king f5 and then g6 mate. Yeah, g6 mate. Yeah, so I think this is a really nice combination. Yeah, so rook g1, king h2, rook h1, king g3, rook d g1, king f4, bishop to g5 check. And then only move king f5 because e5 is controlled by our knight on c6. And then g6, and then you feel like a sir, yeah? So I'm not even gonna take the knight. I'm just gonna give checkmate in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, yeah? So this is a really amazing combination. So check, and then check here, pre-move, and then check here, pre-move. And after king f5, g6, checkmate. I have my shotgun here. I'm gonna die here. Just call my mom. If you see me dying here, just call my mom Nicolasa and tell her that I really love her and all this kind of stuff. Just make a party to remember me. Play some reggaeton and some rock and would be great, yeah? All right, so we have Juan Cal, Colombian guy. So I'm just gonna go c4 again. Yeah, c4, just e4. Let's play e4. Juan Cal, actually, he puts me in a lot of troubles when we play in the Spanish Banter blitzes. So e4, going aggressively. 7:30 a.m. Not 7:30 a.m. 7:50 already. 2 hours. And John from Paraguay is telling me, sorry, apologize for my internet connection. What can you do? No problems, of course. E4, are you there? Juan Cal, Colombian player. Really nice pawn mate. Wow, this is so hot in here. This is Germany. This is supposed to be cold. Even inside the rooms with the heater, in the maximum. So e6, let's go for d4, and let's just go knight c3. This move, knight f6, so bishop b4, there by now. So I'll just go bishop g5 here, then d takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop g7, bishop e7. I'll just go for the same variation that I played before. I'll just go h4. Let's see what happens, because in the last game I played like a kid. So now I'll just, I'm not sure. I'll just take on e7 and then play f4, sending Facundo to the attack. f4, knight f3, queen d2, long castle, and try to give some checkmate. c5, you have always to pay attention to this knight b5. That's why you normally play first a6 in order to avoid these knight b5 jumps that actually can be really dangerous because the d6 square is really weak. And I have no clue what's going on here. I'll just go knight b5 here. And now I'm aiming to go knight c7 check with a boom. And Damidoma, it's going to school. Don't miss school. Have fun over there. And thanks for following. So knight d6. So I have a beautiful knight there. It's an amazing knight. So what should I do now? Maybe I just don't want this knight to get... Really? No. C takes d4, C takes d4. Yeah. Quiero aprender. That's true. I'm going to Cuba in this Friday. I'm flying to Cuba. I'll be there in the evening. I'm so looking forward for that. Wow, this is a piece for free again. Boom! Knight c8 followed by bishop a6, right? So you guys are following me. Knight c8, and then this bishop comes here. He was hidden there, just looking, waiting for an opportunity. And now, suddenly, bishop takes a6. Bishop takes a6. Queen to b4, not a problem, because just queen to d2, just defend our pawns. So now king to d2, and now bishop a6. Let's try to increase our rating to 2800, yeah, right? So Pico will be playing later, so Pico will have to make it to 2800. And this is just a piece up. So after knight b4, just our knight can come back to d6, so not a problem. So bishop a6, next move is just knight f3, just my policy. You guys know my policy. I have to exchange everything possible in over the board when we are material up, so all the pieces are gonna be exchanged. Rook c1, and then after king d8, just rook c8, boom, because the rook on h8 is hanging. The Capablanca is gonna be covered by Chess24. Actually, I have no idea. Normally, internet in Cuba is not very good, so I don't know if the games are gonna be broadcasted or not. But if they are, we'll be broadcasting them for sure. All right, so yes, I told you, yeah. So now he gave me the chance to exchange rook, so I'm just gonna do it. And the good thing is knight can just come to b8, right? That's not a proper square for a knight, yeah. So I'll just go bishop d7. Now just go back. So knight b4. I'm just gonna go a3, knight a6 probably. And just, for example, h5, yeah, just pushing our pawns, probably king to e7, just bishop b5 and bishop d3, just going for f5, come on Facundo, and let's go f5 in this move. Go away, Juancal, Edwin Forero from Colombia. Colombia, another really amazing country, yeah, another amazing country. So I'll just take here. And then maybe just play a4, just creating more weaknesses on their position. So takes, and now finally the king comes into play. The king comes into play via b4, c5, and c6, just to collect all these guys here. I still have a lot of challenges. That's actually quite nice, guys, that you actually are writing in the chat all the time and giving your opinions or comments. You can write in English, Spanish, or Italian. I will understand you. German that's more tricky. I have to tell you. German is actually much more tricky. So we played, let's play against War 20. War 20. And now I just go with Facundo in the first move. Let's go f4. War 20, user from Denmark, another amazing country. I love Copenhagen, yeah. I go there many times. I have a friend from Guatemala living there. I'm just gonna go and play the Leningrad I'm just gonna go and play the Leningrad with white pieces, yeah? Don't worry, quiero aprender. You can write in Spanish. I will understand you guys, but I have to answer you in English, yeah? So queen e1, I just wanna go e4 here. e4, this is one of the main ideas in the Leningrad. And d takes e4, and now what to do? I'll just go in and put my king on the safe place. Just go maybe e5 here, just forcing this knight to d5. And then maybe a3, just preventing this knight b4. Just go c4 here, and then after knight b6, just knight bd2, for example, or queen e2. Queen e2, for example, just in order to develop my knight by a c3, that I think actually is a really interesting square. So queen to d8, he wants to go h4, probably. But is that dangerous? Is that dangerous or not? So I'll just go knight c3. We need to finish development, yeah? g6. Wow, he really wants to. I will go a3, yeah? So finally, after bishop takes, king g2. Actually, his position is quite passive, yeah? I could try to go b4, bishop e3, just rook ad1. I'll just go for that, yeah? b2. And now, of course, it's never easy to break in this with c5 because this bishop is a monster. He wants to open this file, but I won't let you that happen. And just close it because this is your only counterplay in this position. Now, rooks are coming to d1, maybe rook d2, rook f1, even f5 looks like a really tempting move, right? f5 looks really tempting. G takes f5. Now I'm gonna open myself the files, yeah, because now this G file looks really tempting to occupy. King h7. Wow, maybe that was not a good decision. There is bishop takes c6. Boom. Just coming to h5 with mate. So if v takes c6, just queen h5, checkmate. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you for the game, War 20, Danish players. So, Ampico Elias is saying, hey Pepe, any advice on how to avoid time travel in tournament games? I've been told that I need to improve my intuition, but I'm not so sure how to do that. Yeah, this is one of the most difficult questions. You know, myself, I experience a lot of time travels in my tournaments, yeah? And I have no recipe for that. So one of the recipes to not to think so much in the openings is just to know some theory, yeah, of course. And then this will save you some time. And this intuition thing, just you earn it with experience, yeah, with experience and playing a lot of games. But I don't know. This is a really tough question, and my advice would be just try to study more theory, maybe just to not to experience just to win some time in the first move, so you have more time on the middle game to think. Yeah, but actually I'm not the right one to tell you this advice because I'm in 90% of the games with time trouble. Yeah. So knight takes e4, queen takes e4. Yeah, that's actually what Samuel was saying. You study openings until move 20, and then you got some more time in the clock, yeah? And Yusupov prophylaxis video is really amazing. You guys have to check that out as well. Knight takes d4. Now there are some nice discover moves. Now knight e6 will be a terrible blow. For example, knight f5, knight c6. So he has to move the queen. The problem is where? Because not so simple. Queen c7 can run into bishop f4 moves. Queen b6, queen a5. He decided to go for queen a5. And now maybe just bishop to d2, just winning some tempi. Let's just go for bishop d2, queen h5. Maybe I can always go bishop f3 in case I don't want to go for the endgame. But the endgame looks quite promising as well. I had to tell you guys because after knight b5, you can see the power of this guy here on g2. You see how this guy has a lot of power now. Now you want to go knight c7. It's not so simple to avoid. You can never go bishop d7 because this pawn is hanging. And this is a pawn for free already. This is a pawn for free, guys, or not? So knight e6, rook e7, and then rook c8. And it's not a pawn for free. But I will just improve my position with bishop e3. So now a6 probably is the move. And now next move is knight d6, winning the bishop pair and just playing with that bishop pair. Yeah, knight d6. tempo is singular, yeah, and tempi is plural, yeah, if I'm right. Just correct me, guys. There should be a lot of English native speakers, but I thought tempo is the singular and tempi is plural, like radio and radi of a circle, yeah, for example. And this is a pawn for free, yeah. And I want to calculate with you guys. So there is, for example, knight b7, bishop takes b7, bishop takes rook b8, bishop c6. Important move, rook takes b2 and bishop c5, and then he cannot actually avoid losing the exchange, yeah? So let's just try to do that. Just knight b7, bishop b7, bishop b7. After rook b8, I can just go bishop c6, for example. Or also bishop takes a6 is quite interesting, yeah? So yeah, now two options. I like both of them. I even like more bishop c6. Both are quite playable, yeah. So bishop c6. Now the idea is just to go bishop c5, as I told you. Bishop f6. Yeah, I should have thought about that. Bishop f6. I just missed that, completely missed that. And I'm gonna take another risky decision. I'm just gonna sacrifice the exchange, because these two bishops, I really like them. And they can be really dangerous. So he goes for knight f6. And I'll just go bishop f3. Now my idea is just to push these pawns at some point. So, I don't know, I think we are even not better, but not much worse, yeah, I would say, in this position. So rook d8, I'm just going to improve the position of my king g2. So that was a double-edged decision, yeah. Probably rook c1 and start pushing this guy. The problem is, now I think it makes a lot of sense to push c5, because now the knight cannot come to d5. And after something like knight c7, there's bishop f4, right? Bishop f4 is quite annoying, because after rook bc8, there's bishop b7. And after rook c8, okay, you can see now that actually this is... What did... I wanted to go to d1. This mouse slips. So... No, Samuel. So rook d1, I want to go rook d7. This was my idea. Of course, if rook b5, now bishop takes c7, it's a great boom, right? So rook d7 is now the move. Of course, there is an annoying pin here, so I think we are almost winning this game. We are almost winning this game. Now you see the power of these two little monsters here, how they control every single thing in this position. h6 and now rook d7 coming. Pepe, who has the latest? You or Jan? Just asking. Do people come to you asking for your signature? Jan, you guys see Jan? He's a gentleman with his suit and everything, you know. He's really a British gentleman, you know. A sir. Jan is a sir. So probably he'll be nominated as sir by the queen, the English queen. Yeah. Okay, I'm just talking too much bullshit, yeah? Okay, so what should I do here? Maybe c6 is also so tempting here in this position. Okay, I just take the free food, yeah? Samuel, so how to pronounce it? Samuel, or in British it would be Samuel. Or Samuel, I don't know, man. I'm just my of course, I'm not native and my English is kind of tricky, yeah. So knight c6, probably I'll just go rook b5. My idea is just to grab this a5 pawn as well, and then these 3 versus no pawns there will be really great for us, yeah. So rook b5, give me your pawns, baby! Bishop takes c6, and now I'll just take this pawn on a5. Now 3 pawns for nothing, yeah, 3 pawns. These pawns are gonna run so much. Now bishop d5, important move. Just aiming to go rook a7 here, just for rook takes f7 at some position. If rook f8, just c6. This is gonna be a queen soon. This is gonna be a queen soon. Lot of queens. So rook takes f7. And for example, rook b7 here, I think is quite okay. So for example, bishop c4 and now rook b6, this kind of moves. So how to push my pawns here? just go rook b6. Now I'm able to go c6 and then b5, rook b7. Okay, he's playing e3. So, so Samuel says that my accent is quite Spanish, I have to say. All right, so what should I do here? Is creating some tricks, yeah, in the position. So king f3, I don't want to lose my beautiful bishop on c4. Another trick, so just king e2. So I couldn't take this pawn because knight e3, just king d3, and then this knight hasn't got any future, yeah? Hasn't got any future, so I'll just go rook b7 and c7. c7, this is gonna be a queen soon. This is gonna be a queen soon, guys. So knight b2, just simply king c3. Pepe, why not a suit like Jan? No, I don't know, guys, you know. I just used to wear suits when I am in a wedding or something like this, you know. So, or b6. As I told you, I'm not a gentleman as Jan, you know. So now rook b8 just wins the game, right? Rook b8, knight d6 is gonna go for that. Rook c8 and b7. These are gonna be 2, 3, or 4, 5 queens in this position, yeah? Knight, queen c8, and this is a victory. Thanks for the game, Stephen. And we have an important challenge now, 2600 player, Elion, German player. We need to focus now so we can win some rating points. Knight f6, let's just try to focus on this game. g6, bishop g7, e4, this is gonna be the King's Indian. This is gonna be the King's Indian. Bishop e2, e5, for example. Bishop e3, I'll just go knight g4, f6, after bishop g5 probably, f6, g5, bishop g3, and knight h6. I think this is the line Robin Van Kampen recommends. And one of the ideas is just to go g4. Wow, c5. I have to tell you, I don't remember any single thing. I think the move was g4 and now knight c6. This is a game, there is a game between Levon Aronian and Nakamura in this position, just knight c6. He's gonna take there, just gonna take back and play d takes e5. I have no clue, how is this endgame? I have no clue. So knight f7 or king h8, what do you guys think? I'll just go king h8. There are many lines in which you can go actually f5, trying to getting this knight back to the action. Now I'll just go knight to d4. Now that he gave me the chance to install a beautiful steed there. So I'll just go bishop d7 and bishop d6. This is pretty natural. Rook c8 maybe. Are you good playing blindfold? Well, I'm worse than playing normal, but I can play blindfolds well. Not as good as Timur Garayev. He's actually really strong in playing this kind of blindfold stuff. So I'll just go, I'll just take on f3, and then after knight f3, just bishop g4, right? So after g takes f3, the position is quite interesting. Maybe bishop h3, and then rook c8, and then, I don't know, some good opportunities. After bishop h3, you can also go f5 later. Thank you, Samuel, for following these Banter Blitz sessions. Of course, I really appreciate every one of you that actually are there at this time, just making me some company, trying to learn some chess and giving me your comments, opinions. This is always really nice. Now I want to go f5, probably f5. This looks like really an amazing move here in this position, f5. Facundo is coming for the action. Facundo wants some rock and roll in this position, f5. Now actually d4 is well protected. Bishop takes d4, e takes d4. There's not a problem at all in this position. Rook c8 could be interesting. Just f takes e4, just opening the f file just to capture on f3 later. And actually, you are right, Enrocator. That was the reason. That was the reason. I used to play some music during my Banter Blitz sessions, but it's not that it's not so clear. So I stopped doing that. Commentary for golf. I think nobody can even make that exciting. Yeah. So bishop e2. Now how to proceed? He's covering quite well these squares. So I would love to go something like, it's not that simple, right? Maybe just knight takes e2, or maybe I can just go here. No, I don't like it. I'll just go knight e2. Knight e2 after queen e2. I was thinking about going f takes e4, and after knight takes e4, just the knight f5. Okay, he goes for queen f5, queen e4, and now maybe it's time to go bishop f5. I'm not so sure, guys. I'll just go, yeah, I'll just go bishop f5, after queen b7, rook b8, and then there's a lot of counterplay in the 7th rank, even if he takes on a7. So actually, no idea. My other idea is just to go knight g4 and then try to get this amazing bishop that is actually a really good bishop. So greetings, greetings to Fabian Quintanilla of Chile. So this is what I was telling you. I want to go rook b8, and now rook takes b2. I don't know what's going on in this position. This should be extremely double-edged. I will take this guy on b2, queen e8, queen g6, just aiming to put an eye on the g2 pawn. e4 is gonna call at some point. Bishop h3 can be played as well at some positions. So this actually helps me a little bit, I think, because my plan was to go queen e8 and queen e6 anyway, so I'll just do it. So his plan is probably to go rook f2. Actually, I completely missed that, but there are many interesting moves. For example, here, rook b4. Rook b4, that's... Oh, I just blundered. No, bishop e7, rook f7, I still have that. I thought bishop e7 was winning an exchange, but actually rook f7 is actually almost winning. So knight g5, this is a piece for free. I will just take this piece. Rook takes h4, rook takes h4, and winning the game, right? Whoa, this was tough. Elion is still gonna try to flag me, so I need to be careful in this position. Let's just try to play, for example, rook g4. Rook g4, I think is, or rook queen h5 is also quite interesting. Queen h5, but rook g4 I think is more natural. Rook g4 because I want to force him back to f3, and then after knight f3 I can just go e4, opening this diagonal for this beautiful monster on g7. Yeah, actually, I would like to interact with you guys. I mean, if I talk alone for 8 hours, I just get crazy. You know, I'm not the kind of person who can stay 8 hours without talking to anybody. So, knight takes knight e4. What should I do now? Bishop takes e4. Rook f8. Oh, there's checkmate. There's checkmate or there's not checkmate? No, because the bishop on e4 is just protecting it. This is actually too risky. What I am gonna do now. But I think it's maybe rook f4 is more safe. I think rook f4 is more safe. I don't want to allow any kind of tricks. I think bishop f4, e4 was winning probably, but rook f4 is just more safe. So I am a piece up, so I should play in a safe way, yeah? So rook f4 just exchanging one pair of rooks. This should be good business for us. These beautiful bishops just play an amazing role, not only attacking this knight but also defending everything. So rook takes f4. Now many moves. For example, I would love to play some bishop to why not? This should be almost winning, right? This should be almost winning, but I have to find a way. I have to find a way. It's not that simple, right? So bishop e4 should be winning. Rook takes e4. And now queen to g6. I think that wins. So bishop e4. Yeah, I think this wins. So let's just try. Bishop e4, rook takes e4, and then queen to g6. He's got h4 there. He's got h4. So maybe that was not a good idea. But still we are completely winning in this position, yeah? Completely winning, guys. So rook and now this just wins the whole piece, yeah? All right, so queen f8. So bishop f8, queen to d4, bishop g7. It's getting tricky. I'll just go queen f8 here. knight e4, and then I should activate my pieces. I'll just go knight f5, just going, aiming to go bishop d4 and winning the whole queen in one go. So this should be interesting. So now bishop king h1 is not that simple to play. There are many interesting moves like knight d6, for example. No, knight d6 is actually not good. Let's just play what to play here. Let's just play knight d6, yeah? Yeah, let's just play knight d6. After knight takes e6, I can just take on d6, and then I can always go bishop f8. The thing is, it got just 30 seconds, and we got 1 minute, and we're a piece up, so we should be winning this position. But you can never know. You can never know. I'll just go h6, and then giving some pressure to my king. Maybe, queen d7. Interesting move. I'm just having the feeling that I'm not playing so correctly. Bishop e5, just defending my knight, just aiming to go maybe queen f7 in this position, just exchanging everything. Or, of course, I'll just go queen f6 here. So after takes, I think we're gonna flanking on time. So that's my plan now. So I'll just go king g7 and king e6 here. Let's go, let's centralize our king. Knight c4, now I wanna go knight, I wanna go h5 now, knight d6 probably, and h4 now, knight b2, give me your pawns, baby, give me your pawns, queen e6, king e6, and now let's bring my knight, he is offering me a draw, let's not give him the draw, check, I don't wanna draw, king f5, king f4, this is now winning. But it was a draw, I think. So thank you for the game. So all right, so let's keep playing. A lot of challengers at this hour. This is always very nice. Let's play against Nur Spielen. Nur spielen in Deutsch, in German means just play, yeah? So d6, let's go in for the Philidor. Knight f6, knight c3, e5 main line. So knight f3, knight b7. And bishop c4, bishop e7. Castles, short castles, and now c6, b5, that's a plan. So the main line goes after rook. Okay, this is quite interesting variation. I'll just take on d4. It's interesting to take on d4 when the queen is on e2. So you can now try to go rook e8 pretty fast. The thing is now the knight cannot come to g5, and now you are pretty fast to go bishop f8 and d5 in one go. Yeah, that's the whole idea of this e takes d4 move. So why Philidor? Play h4 for your first move. That's white or black just for fun, you know. Now I think people want to just people want to play some interesting chess as well. Yeah, so I'm not gonna play h4 in the first move. No, this is not going to happen. Now there is some pieces hanging here. c5, boom. Now followed by c4, and then there are many troubles for this guy on d3. And actually we're gonna win a piece already. After knight f5, just c4, just wins the whole piece, right? Maybe it's a bit dangerous, but nothing happens. Queen c4, he's playing quite fast. He wants to, okay, I'll just go queen b6 followed by queen e6. So no troubles in this diagonal, no troubles. Maybe d6, g6 in the next move, or knight e5 as well. What about bishop b4? This actually threatens some kind of tactics. I want to go bishop c3 and boom, queen f5. Queen f5, this was the trick. Bishop c3 and queen f5, boom, boom, da 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 da. Queen f5 and rook e2 in the next move after e takes f5. Thank you for the game, Nur Spielen. That was interesting game. And we got Pratek 2911. Indian players, all Indian players are extremely generous, you know. Whenever I go to an open tournament, I see an Indian kid like this, you know, and he's got like 2100. I say, okay, this is gonna be a tough game, you know, and a long game. Actually, it's always like this. Hi, Pratek. How are you doing? I'm waiting for your play here in this position. All right, so let's go e6, the French. King e2. Wow, this guy really wants to beat me in a cool way. Yeah? Probably he wanted to go something different. Yeah. So now it's time just to go d5 and occupying the center. Knight c3, d5, occupying the center. He is a tempo down, probably. d3, knight f6. Just normal development, bishop e7, this kind of moves. And alright, so I will just take on e4 and then try to play the endgame with the king on d1. This is always good news for us. So let's say d takes e4. He's telling me that there was some mouse sleep. So I'm sorry about that. You can always cancel the game and then just play another game with me. This is not a problem. I will just go here. Anyway, the position is not clear. So I mean, it's around equal, yeah. So bishop b7, now the next move is just long castle. Someone says, when I started chess and I saw people with glasses, I was scared I was going to lose. They looked tougher than me. Now I'm the tough one because I got glasses, yeah? Actually, not so many players, so many chess players wear glasses, yeah? This topic is not so, this say is not so real, yeah? So king e1, now maybe knight d4 is a really interesting move. Boom! Knight d4 and then aiming to go knight c2, winning the rook with that fork. After knight takes d4, c takes d4, then the e4 pawn is hanging. So actually didn't lose any game now, right? No, I'm playing quite okay. Now in the first session I just lost the first game, I think. Alright, so knight e2, bishop takes e4 and then takes c2. So a lot of pieces to take here. So let's see what he does. So knight e2, bishop takes e4, right? So knight e2, I'll just take this guy here on e4. Now rook e1, rook g1 or rook f1 probably. And now I'm just a bit skeptic about taking this guy on c2. There is the move bishop f4 and then or bishop d5. I'll just take it, yeah, why not? Let's just risk a little bit. So bishop c4. Actually, this was not a good idea. There was no need for that. I will go bishop b4. I'll go bishop b4 with a check. Maybe that was not a good idea. But now d3 is really interesting. I will just go d3, bishop a6. I have always this d7 square for my king. Then I can go to d7 where this king can feel actually comfortable over there. So knight d4 now. Yeah, I'm starting to play pretty strange. I'm starting to play in a pretty strange way. So now bishop b5 is actually a threat because after king e7 there is the move knight c6. So this is getting complicated, guys. This is getting very complicated, and I need to think how to improve. All right, so knight d5, bishop b5. There is a draw over there. I don't want any draw, guys. King e8, knight c6. What did I do here in this position? This is just ridiculous. What I just did. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. Knight d5, king e7. Alright, let's just play knight d5 because we defend the bishop on b4. So bishop b5, king e7, knight c6, king f6, knight takes d8, and then rook takes d8. And still I think we are maybe even better because we have this monster on d3 that can become a queen quite fast. So I think I have to go here, king f6, bishop e5, there's just king g6, so no problem. Rook d8, and then maybe knight takes f4 first. Okay, so king g6, only move. And now rook d8, I have to go for rook d8. And then I'm threatening to go d2, right, in that position. So I think we are still okay in this situation. Can I give you a nickname instead of saying your full C24 name? Of course. My C24 name is just Jose Cuenca, but everybody calls me Pepe. That's why, you know, when I introduce myself in a formal situation, I say Pepe, and then after 5 minutes, I say Jose, and then after 5 minutes, I say I'm Pepe. Yeah. So everybody's saying, you just told me you were Jose. Why you say you are Pepe? You know, in Spain, you can call Pepe to all the Joses. Of course, Jan is much better, guys. Of course, Jan is a 2600 player. I am a 2500 player. So it's pretty obvious that Jan is much stronger than me. But what can I do, yeah? So this is a pawn for free. I will just grab it. And then I can just return with my king to g6. That's not a problem, yeah? That's not a problem. So after bishop f4, actually e5. And then this bishop hasn't got a proper square, yeah, just c1. Okay, g4. I'm just going back to g6 with this pawn in my belly. So Magnus is better, yeah. Magnus is better, yeah. Kasparov is better, yeah. Not only the two of them, yeah. Just many players in the world, yeah. So bishop g3, and now I'm just gonna go d2, right? d2, bishop e2. Still he can survive over there. So maybe, and just maybe, is interesting to go knight c7, bishop c4, b5. Okay, let's just go e5, yeah? Improving a little bit the position of our pieces. Maybe knight f4 in the next move. Well, alright, so g5. He's giving me too many pawns, but I'm not so sure. Now this is actually quite interesting. I'm wondering if I can just go f5, bishop takes e5. Nah, this is not a good option. So I'll just go king f5, then takes. I can just take with my pawn back, and then maybe bring my king to e6. He's safer in that position. So a3 was played, and maybe bishop d2, right? So I don't want any of these rooks coming into the play. So that's why bishop d2 controls all the important squares, e1, c1, and all like this. So actually this position is quite hard to play for white, yeah? My next move is probably gonna be knight f4. So g takes f6, g takes f6. So I told you, knight f4, after bishop takes, and then I can think on going d2 and make a queen at some point. Actually, d2 was winning just many moves before, I think. All right, so let's just go bishop h6. Just prophylactic move, just avoiding this rook g7. Now my idea is just to go knight f4 and d2, d1. That's the whole point, just to make queens. So rook g3, and now knight f4, just defending this d3 guy, and then aiming to go d2 in the next move. This looks quite sad for white, right? This looks quite sad. So rook f3, now d2, right? And there's nobody who can stop this d1 in the next move. Bishop e2, I can just go d1 anyway. And yeah, take with my bishop, for example, and then asking some questions to this rook here. Yeah, rook e3. Let's just bring our bishop back. And he resigned. Thank you very much for the game. Sorry for the mouse slip in the very beginning. And we need to keep playing. I played against these two guys. Another 2400, another tough game with the black pieces against Felix Jörg, German user. All right, so are you there? Are you there? Let's be Jan again. Let's be Jan. Actually, how to use this thing, yeah? Okay, d4, e4, let's just go, wow, d5. I didn't want to do that. I want to go d6. All right, let's just play this Scandinavian with knight f6. Bishop, I have no idea. Yeah, it was just a mouse slip. So this is quite interesting. Bishop c4, b5 I think was played in many games. So let's just go for that. Bishop b5 and then a5. I remember this was some kind of idea that existed in this position. So I'm just gonna go for knight takes d5. If bishop f3, just c6 is a good move, for example. And so knight f3, I'll just go and I don't know. Actually, knight e5 is quite annoying here in this position. So I'll just develop in a normal way, just e6. I will just grab this. I will just grab this basketball ball. Actually, I want to have a little of fun. So I'll just go bishop d6 here, just looking with these two guys over there. Knight c3. My next move is gonna be maybe c6. This looks so sad. So I'll just go a6, just defending the b5 pawn. Fabián Quintanilla. New video series. Yeah, actually I was planning to record this summer a video series about the dragon. Not the accelerated dragon, but just the normal dragon, yeah? So let's see if I can do that. And let me think. In this position, I'll just go bishop e7. Yeah, one idea is the dragon. Another idea is the English opening. That I play it so much, so it makes sense to make a video series. The Philidor. Another video series about the Philidor could be interesting. And I'm getting really bad position in this game, so I need to concentrate a little bit more against this strong player. And so this Curry, you're asking me about this NBA. So Curry is just amazing, or Curry, I don't know how to call him. Yeah? So Curry is just really an amazing basketball player. So. I know I'm not tall enough for a basketball player, yeah? That's why I'm playing chess here in Chess 24. I'm not in NBA, guys. That's why you cannot have everything in your life. What about now if I just try to go knight b6 and try to win the bishop pair? What do you guys think? I think it's a good idea. I'll just go for that. So knight b6 and then next move, knight takes c4. I'm suffering from lack of space a little bit. And yeah, the video series you guys are asking me, I will try to make them in both languages, in English and Spanish. Yeah. Bishop c4. I don't know. I wanna improve my position a little bit, but he wants a draw. So what can I do? What can I do? Bishop d6 maybe. Bishop d6, this looks really bad. Okay, let's just go bishop d6. Even though he takes there, then my idea is just to go knight c e7, just regroup my pieces a little bit. Knight, as I told you, knight, not so convinced about this move. Because he can jump to e5, then it's a bit scary, yeah? Now, okay, let's go knight d5. Maybe bring a knight to f5 or to g6. Now I can jump to f4. This is actually a new option, yeah? This is actually a new option, and he's starting to play quite strangely. So I will just go knight f5, yeah, putting some pressure on these guys over there. Maybe my idea could be to go bishop c6 at some point, but I'm always worried about this knight e5, yeah, knight e5 move. He came for that, and not so simple to play now. I will just go take some bishop c6, just aiming to activate this guy at some point. Finally, he's got some proper diagonal at the end. Of course, I know this song you're talking about Jennifer Lopez, yeah. Angel Mama, tin tin tin, Angel Mama. So Queen h4. Now there are some nasty ideas related with going knight c3 or knight f4. Then removing this knight from here. Okay, I didn't see this h3, but maybe I can just go. Wow, this is a terrible blow. This is a terrible mistake, yeah? This is a terrible mistake. Bishop f1 just wins, yeah? Bishop f. Wow, what am I doing? What am I doing? I still have knight h4, but what was that move? That was terrible, guys. That was a completely terrible move. What am I doing? This is just ridiculous what just happened here. This is just ridiculous. Oh my god, I just blundered the piece. I just blundered the whole piece. Queen h5. This was terrible move. Wow, knight f4. What's going on there? Knight f4. I don't know. Just blunder my pieces. No, I'm not gonna make it this time. I'm not gonna make it. Okay, let's go just knight f4. Just try to create some counterplay, but I think there's no counterplay in this position. Yeah, bishop takes h3, and this is just a piece up. But let's just try to flag him. Yeah, as usual. So knight f4, and this is just lost. Yeah, this is just dead lost. So anyway, let's try to play for flagging him, but I mean just 1 minute, so he's gonna beat me in this game. This was a terrible move. This was a terrible move. What can I do? Bishop c4, and yep, just gonna lose this game. I'm just gonna lose this game. I love this game. I love this game. So rook d7, he cannot go knight c5 because there's knight h3, it could be really annoying. But anyway, we are just a piece down, so what can we do? Blunders, blunders, blunders everywhere. So just rook d8, let's just try to go, let's just try to give checkmate. Let's just try to give some checkmate. Okay, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Let's just go rook d1, let's see what happens. Probably rook e1 is good enough. Good enough, good enough. Oh, I'll just go bishop b7 here. It's not gonna be enough. Wow, 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 wow. Just bishop b7. Bishop, let's try to play bishop b7, king f2. This is not gonna be enough. This is not gonna be enough. Just play c5. I don't know why, because I'm just losing some material with c5. But, okay. Bishop d5. My idea was to play rook b1, but it's just not even time for that, yeah? So now rook d2, actually. Rook d2 is actually kind of a threat, yeah? Rook d2 and rook c2. Let's just try to flag him. Come on. 20 seconds. No, this is not going to work. It's not going to work out. Bishop d4 and then rook c. That was a rook. That was a rook for free. All right. So let's. We still have some options now. We got some options here. We got some options here. King to g2. Okay, this is a pawn for free. I'll just grab it. This is a pawn for free. I'll just take now on h4. He doesn't allow me, so just rook h1. He wants to go out for bishop b6. This is getting complicated. No, I'm just not gonna make it. I'm just not gonna make it. I will just take on b3. If bishop takes, rook takes b3. No, I don't have enough time, so I will be just losing this game, guys. What can I do? What can I do? So rook b1 probably, or rook b2. Okay, rook b2 now, and now I want to go b3, just trying to make a queen. Let's see if it works out. Let's see, bishop b3, let's go, let's go, let's go, rook d2. Rook d2 is the next move, rook d2 is the next move. Now knight takes b3, rook takes d3. This is the idea, but still, white is much better here, so just b2 now. He's got to go, he's got to go. Actually, I am winning now. I am winning. Actually, I am completely winning now. Let's just try to go. Rook d8, so rook d3. Takes. Let's just go. King h7, king h7. Let's just go. Queen g1. Okay, he beat me on time, but he was beating me anyway. So, really good game by Felix. I just blundered my pieces, and then I just went down 25 points, yeah? So this is never good. All right. So, all right, let's go for d4 now. Let's just try to play different openings all the time. And now knight c3. Yeah. So it's good that we play different openings so you guys can try to learn different ideas and strategies in different positions. So bishop d5, this is not one of the main lines, but I mean, this is interesting, of course, just in the spirit of, actually we just transposed to a French, yeah? After e4, we are just transposing to a French. So bishop e7 and now e5 or d takes e4, this is the only main move. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes, knight f3, and now queen to d2, this kind of moves, yeah, knight d7, etc, etc. So 8:40 already in the morning. Knight d7, just queen to d2. I will just try to create some attack on the king side. So long castles, h4, this kind of moves. Long castle, bishop b7, bishop d3, defending my e4 knight, followed by h4, knight h5, knight g5 at some point. He wants to castle short side. This will be really interesting way of creating some kind of attack there. So he goes for bishop e7. He's probably wants to go for c5 at some point, just trying to break in the center with c5. This is one of the most natural ways of playing. So my idea is now to go knight to g5. I want to sacrifice something. I feel like sacrificing something on f7. Now, of course, I also want to go knight e5, but after h6, my idea is not only going to h3, but maybe just trying to sacrifice on f7, followed by knight e5, then bishop g6. This could be interesting, but I'm not quite sure if this works or not. So what about if I just go to h3, just avoiding this knight f7, king f7, king knight e5, king g8, I think was good enough. So yeah, so Pico is the next one at 2. I will have to go to work to the university at 2, so this is gonna be a tough day. Yeah, this is gonna be really tough today. So he wants to go long castle, so let's just play a prophylactic move. Now this way he cannot go long castle because the f7 pawn is hanging. So maybe he wants to go c5, but then bishop b5 is quite strong, I think, because the king has gone to g8 or to f8 or something like this. I leave you all of me, still enough to make you happy. I leave you everything. Okay, knight d7. What's next? Yeah, what's next? It's quite interesting, I have to say, the way he's playing. Knight f7. Maybe just rook e1. Yeah, maybe just rook e1, sacrificing another pawn in g2. This knight will come to f4 with a tempo. Yeah, I had to go to university. I have 2 meetings this afternoon. I have to do quite some stuff today. So yeah, it's gonna be tricky day. So bishop, he wants to go long castles, and I would love to see that. So I will just go bishop e4. Then there is an intermediate move, queen to d7. Queen to d7. I'm just wondering if he can go rook d8 straight away, but then I can just go queen to e2, right? Queen to e2 seems to be good enough. Queen to e2. So rook d8, queen to e2, but he can take on d1. Rook takes d1, queen takes e5. But there is boom, bishop c6 in that line. So actually he cannot do that. He can never take the pawn on e5. There is some bishop c6 coming. So, and now I'm just wondering, I can just go here, queen to d7, and then rook takes e4. Then there are so many pieces. I mean, the point is, after king f8, rook is e4, now rook d8, I can just take, and then take the rook on h8. And then there are just too many pieces for the queen, right? So I think this is not possible. So if that's not possible, then my position is much better, because of course this king is just not in the best position in f8. And then we got the d file as well. Then this knight can come maybe to, okay, he decided to go for that, so we don't have any other choice. And now rook h8. And I don't see any checks. For example, just going to go f3. Just going to go f3 and then think we are quite solid here. Well, what did I do? I didn't see that. So I'll just go b3 here, queen a1, king d2, and then I can just go rook e2 to keep all my pawns defended. Yeah, what I mean, after queen f1, I can just go rook e2, and then all my pawns are well defended, yeah? No, I'm not working. I'm actually, I'm not studying. I'm actually working at the university. I am a researcher at the University of Hamburg. That's why I came to Germany. So he wants to go, Okay, I'll just go knight f4. And knight d3, I can just go knight d3 in any case, right? After queen d4, knight d3. And then, even though he wins another pawn, actually now we are on time to create some troubles, maybe on these pawns here. Maybe it was more smarter to go, yeah, not so simple. Rook e4. Okay, I'll just go rook a7. My idea is just if king d7, just rook e4 and rook c4 and just start collecting all these guys here. And rook e4, queen g3, rook d4. That's the whole point. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. Just too many pawns, right? I'll just go knight f4. I don't want to lose another pawn on g2. Maybe first just try to go g4 and then just rook d4, this kind of moves. Maybe I have to be careful because king c8 will be threatened to go. King c8 will be threatened to go king b8, just winning the rook, yeah? And now it's time to go rook d4 check and rook c4, right? What are you researching? Well, I work in the maths department, but I am in an engineering project. I am an engineer. Non-destructive testing of materials. That's what I do. So we send some waves to detect defects inside steel tubes. That's what we're doing, if I remember well. So just rook e4 now. So queen to d6, king e2, and e5. Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, knight d3, and now we are starting to collect all the pawns, rook e5 and rook e8 checkmate, or putting both rooks in the 7th rank. This should be more than enough to win the game. So let's just go for knight e5, collecting the guy and defending the rook on f7. Maybe rook g7. Okay, give me your pawns. Give me your pawns. Queen a2, and yeah, why not? Knight to c4 and then knight d2. This threatens mate in 1 on e8. Boop! Rook e8 checkmate. Thanks for the game, Epinicon. And we got PJK. All right. Let's start with e4. e4. Actually, I didn't do any break, right? Since I started yesterday, yeah? I've been playing 4 hours yesterday and now 3 hours in a row. I'm just getting crazy with chess, you know? Anyway, it's a good training for my tournament in Cuba that will start in 10 days. So, knight e7. Wow, we have the Coxio defense here. So I'll normally like to go this d3, d4 variation. And this is quite interesting. a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop b3. Just go here, short castles. And all right, let's just go d5. He gives me the opportunity to go d5. I'll just grab it and take it. And after knight e5, okay, knight d8, this should be pretty passive, right? So maybe d6, and now I can just take on d6. My idea is now going bishop g5 and then forcing f6. The position looks so ugly for black now. Just no bad development. For example, knight c3 and then bishop g5, bringing a rook to c1, another to d1. A lot of pressure. This guy here on c8 doesn't do anything. So let's just develop our pieces. Let's say, for example, bishop e3. Maybe bishop c5 is also interesting later. Queen to a5. Yeah. He's actually... Okay, I'll just go bishop c4. I think if he takes on c3, this is just too dangerous for black. So... Peter Spiller is going to play today at, I'm not so sure, but I think it's at 5 a.m. So I'll just take this guy here because the knight on e7 is hanging. He gave me this pawn for free, so I'll just take it, the h6 pawn. And next moves, of course, just bring rooks to C and D files, right? This is the most natural way of playing here. Just a pawn up, so this is okay. D6, that's an exchange for free, yeah? So I'll just take it. I'll just take it. Just bring the rook to C1 as I told you. Yeah, double jobbing, that you are right. All shaky. So bishop d7, I'll just go rook fd1, maybe just b3. My idea is just go knight d5. As I told you, my policy, just exterminate everything from the board when you are material up. Okay, knight b6 now. I want to take this guy on d7 and play knight bishop d5 later. Bishop d5 is my next move. Thanks for the game, PJK. PJK. We got more premium members here. So, yeah, Sibyl Einstein. CB Einstein from India. Indian players, really dangerous players. Yeah, exactly. 5 p.m. in Hamburg. 4 a.m. in England, as you're saying. That's true. So, 5 p.m. Central European time, all right? So you got to see the opportunity to play, you got to have the opportunity to play against Peter Spiller, one of the candidates in this year for qualifying for the World Championship. So it's actually really amazing, this kind of things, yeah? You can play against these guys in Chess 24. What else do we want as a chess fans, yeah? Even me, yesterday I had the opportunity to play against Fabiano Caruana, yeah? So this is actually even amazing for me, yeah? I think it's amazing for us, all this project of Chess 24. Actually, I think it improved a lot the chess world, actually, I had to say. All right, so... Well done. Now you know how it's like to play a professional. Okay, so he's not there, so I will have to abort the game. Sorry, CB Einstein, you can challenge me later. And let's play against Klopp. Yeah, you're right, Felix. Queen h3 was a terrible run there, yeah? But I think you had a better position anyway. C6, let's go for C4. I like this line a lot. Just in the style of Pano variation. And now G6, knight C3. We are in some sort of King's India. If he goes D6, knight D7, I'll just go G3 in the style of the fianchetto variation. Followed by bishop G2, short castles and grabbing a lot of space. This is one of my favorite lines. Short castles and now A3, rook E1. Rook E1 is really normal move. E5, now A3. My idea is just to go bishop E3 before he can jump to G4. Yeah, so now bishop E3. There's not a problem with the E4 pawn because it's well defended. After knight takes D4, there are two pieces defending it. And then after knight C5, queen C2, we are on time just to defend all our pawns. So I'll just go A4 here. I don't want him to expand on the queen side. But of course, this gives him the opportunity to go A5 at some point and install a beautiful seat on C5. So, bishop B7 probably. And now rook D1. He wants to play B5. He wants to play B5 anyway. He's managing to make it. So, because now maybe this queen C2 was not so right. What about B4? B4 takes everything. Yeah, interesting. Interesting, this rook B5. I have to think now how to proceed in this. Okay, I'll just take here on E5. Probably it's not the best move. But anyway, Now my idea is just after d takes b4. Now after b5, a takes, and then c5, and then I got some squares for my pieces. The d6 square is quite weak. He tries to go c5, then I will have the d5 square for my knights. And bishop f8, just go rook b1, defending the b4 pawn. Then still I think he's got some troubles in order to create some proper breaks here. After b5 there is always this c5. a5 was the most interesting move, I have to tell you, because actually it makes available for him this c5 square. But I also would love to have the d5 square for me. So he's got the c5 square, I got the d5 square. Who knows what happens here. Who's your favorite chess player, Pepe? So I had to tell you that it's Magnus Carlsen. I know it sounds quite obvious, but it's not. I think Magnus is actually amazing in many ways. One of them is actually he's never okay with a draw. He always wants to put pressure on his opponents. He wants to play until tomorrow if it's necessary to win a game. And that's something I really like, yeah? And something I really normally tell to my students. Yeah, why to make a draw here? Don't make a draw, just play, man. Just play. You are 12 years old. It doesn't matter if you lose a game or not. Just play and keep playing and improving. And of course, you will learn by your defeats as well. So what's the point of making a draw? I don't get it. I never make a draw. Then I lose so many games, yeah? But what can I do? Now it's actually I need to think, yeah? And not so talking so much rubbish. So, how to proceed? I will just go knight d2, knight d2, just aiming to defend the e4 pawn when he takes on c3. So, Hussein, all shaky. We wanna hunt down the GMs and destroy them. Of course, that's what you guys should do, yeah? That's why we are here for. To be destroyed by the premium members, yeah? That's what you should be aiming for, to destroy us. So knight c5. What am I gonna do now? Maybe it's time to take on c5, I don't know. Maybe knight b3, it's also interesting, the e4 pawn is hanging. So not so simple to play here. I'll just take this guy and knight b3. We gave at the bishop pair, but there are some interesting ideas related about going c5 here in this position, yeah? c5 should be quite interesting. The only problem is that I didn't see a4 intermediate move. Okay, he didn't go for that. He went for queen a7, so maybe... Wow, I think that was a terrible mistake by my side, this bishop c5. But anyway, we still got the chance to go to d3 and then go c5. c5 straight away was not possible due to a4 in this position. Bishop e6 and I'll just go knight d3. I didn't want to take on e5 because bishop c4, but now I want to take on e5 with my knight. And this way I will defend the c4 pawn. Speak more slow. Arzuaga. This is my way of speaking, yeah, so I cannot change it. What can I do, man? This is the way I speak. You can put the video in slow motion, yeah? You can put the video in slow motion. Okay, it's time to... I don't know. It's not that simple to play this position. Okay, I'll just take this guy here. And then after takes bishop c4. Now maybe it's time to go for queen c3 or something like this, or queen d4. Queen d4 is interesting. Just keeping an eye on the b6 pawn. I want to go e5 at some point. I want to go c5 and give this beautiful bishop this diagonal open so he can get installed on c6. Just trying to create the proper. So... No. Just engineering field, yeah? Engineering field. So I just take this guy and play b6. I'll just play b6. My idea is just to go rook c1 now and then take on c5. He's got this rook e6 that is a bit annoying, but I can go b7 and e5 just protecting this pawn. Wow, what's going on here? I will just go e5, opening this diagonal for my bishop. What's going on? a3 is quite interesting. a3 is quite interesting, guys. Bishop b3. He wants to go bishop b3, actually, and much worse now, I think, because he can go c4 and c3. Actually, this is not getting anywhere. All right, bishop, I'll just go. This is so complicated now. I think I'm just playing terrible. So bishop d5, rook d8 probably. Rook d8 is a good move. Just playing like a patzer again. And again. So rook d8. This gave me some hopes. Actually, rook c1. And I can take on c4 now. If rook c7, then I can start thinking on, okay, he actually wanted to go for that, so this is just a pawn up. And then I will play this until tomorrow, yeah? I will play this until the day after tomorrow if it's necessary to try to win this game. So king e2, just improving the position of my king. Let's see if I manage to beat this guy in this position. It's gonna be quite tough. I wanna bring my king to f4. I wanna create a pass pawn. Maybe f3. Let's see what happens. Just go. Maybe e6 was quite interesting. Just rook d3. Aiming to go rook d7. Let's go for that. Maybe king g5 in the next move. No, this is not going anywhere. Just king e4. Just rook d4. This is not going anywhere. I can tell you guys, this is a draw. But we can flag him. We can always flag him. f4. And maybe f5 after rook a4, king f3, and then there is some e6. There is some e6 coming over there. Rook g6. This was not really good. Rook g4 maybe. Just rook d6. Aiming to exchange the rooks. Rook g4. Just king f3. I want to go rook h6 now. Rook h6. This is my pawn. That pawn is for me. That pawn is for me. Give me that pawn. Rook h5. Now rook f5. This is actually winning. This is actually completely winning now because I have these 2 pawns. Boom. Thanks for the game. 9 a.m. And here we are playing some Banter Blitz and some new challengers. Chan 83. So let's play e4 now. d6, some Sicilian. Let's try to play against the Najdorf probably, or the classic. What's he gonna play? Now we're gonna go for bishop g5. One of the main moves as well, f4. The idea is just to go queen f3 and long castle. Just try to give checkmate already with g4, yeah? So knight bd7 and b5 is the move. I'm just gonna go crazy soon. So takes, knight takes, and g5. And I'm just gonna go here knight f5, yeah? Knight f5. What happens here, yeah? This is not so stupid as it looks. Knight f5 in this position. I don't know what's happening here, but I just wanna go knight f5. After f takes f5, just knight d5. And then take on f5 and then play with this piece down. But I think it's really interesting. So we got to see some interesting chess here, some sacrifices. We need to get crazy now. I'm gonna put my Jan week in order to learn something about chess. So now I can play like Jan. But Jan actually doesn't like to sacrifice so much. He's the kind of player who puts a screwdriver in your face and, you know. So knight f5, he takes knight d5. Knight d5, and this is quite interesting. Knight d5. There are so many ideas. Queen c3 to go knight c7, e takes f5, followed by bishop g2 and rook e1. It's not easy to castle here in this position, right? It's never easy to castles here. So what are you gonna do about this? What are you gonna do about it? So there are many moves. Queen to d8. Now it's really interesting just to take here and then to play f6. F6 and then followed by g takes, knight takes and queen to b7 if bishop b7. That's what I meant. If he doesn't do bishop b7, just rook e1 will be winning. And then f6. Wow, this is getting wild. But I can just take here, and this is just, I can just take and take on a8, right? And then we're just winning. We're just winning this game. I love 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 this game. So here we signed. Really nice knight f5 check. Okay, so you know basketball player. I know. But let me dream. Let me dream, okay? So what do we have here? So Ike auch Klamar 74. Klamar 74. Strong player from Romania. So knight f6. I want to play the Benko. Let me play the Benko, please. Let me play the Benko. c4, c5, and b5 now. Thanks you for the game, Chan83 b6. So we got to see this line. Really interesting line. No, he doesn't want to win a free pawn, so it's okay. b7. Okay, I'll just take it. e4. And now I'm just gonna go g6, just trying to develop my pieces. Bishop g7, short castles. There are many interesting plans in this position. So what to do? One is a5, the other one is knight b6. What should I do? Just gonna go for a5, just trying to give this bishop some fresh air, yeah? So maybe bishop a6, after takes, rook takes, bishop b5. So he wants to go for that, and then I want to go knight c7, rook b8, just forcing this guy to exchange, to be exchanged. So I see that people are already coming to the office. That's always nice, so I don't feel like crazy alone playing chess during the night, yeah? It's 9 a.m., so people are starting to work in Germany. I'm waiting for some emails as well, important emails today. So what should I do here? Whoa. He wants to go e5. I don't like that. I have to tell you, I don't like that. Queen b8, e5. It's pretty annoying move, yeah? It's pretty annoying move. So what am I gonna do about that? Maybe just knight b6. Knight b6, controlling the d5, putting an eye on the d5 pawn. Yeah. Knight b6, and maybe my next move is just taking on b5. Actually, I don't know. Maybe just taking on d5 and with the bishop, and then after a takes, just queen d7, bring another rook to b8, putting some pressure on the b5 pawn. I want that pawn for me. Give me that pawn, baby. Give me that pawn. I need to be careful. I don't want to destroy the cameras here. Alright, so knight takes a6. I want to go to b4, some more interesting square for my knight. This knight there will be happy, just dancing like crazy. After knight b4, there are moves like c4, knight d3. These kind of moves are really interesting. I'll just go for them. Knight b4. Let's just go for that. e5 is really interesting. c4, knight d3, targeting the f5 bishop. c4, yeah, not so sure. Maybe what to do? Maybe queen d7 as well to put an eye on the a4 pawn. Who knows? Who knows here? Actually, the position is quite unclear already. I'll just go c4 here to see what's going on. After e takes d6, just e takes e6, rook e8, just bringing another rook to the open file. Knight d3. e6. He's going for that. So I'll just go f5, yeah? f5, just closing the position. So he cannot attack me on the queen side, but the same time, he can jump to g5 with his knight, for example, and then to f7. But I think this leads nowhere, so we'll see. We'll see. I can also think on taking on c3, right? And then taking on d5. But I'm never sure about giving up my beautiful bishop. So instead, I will just go knight to d3. This is always nice to put a knight there. And yeah, now I could think on taking on c3 and then taking on d5. But as I told you, yeah, I'm very skeptic about this, giving up this beautiful monster, yeah? Unless... the blonde fake Swedish Gustafsson. Yeah. And the fake Gustafsson, of course. So bishops d4. This is really interesting move. Now I got a tough position. Here. Just gonna go queen to c7. Bishop takes, king takes. I can always put a rook on f6 if I just need it. If some queens lands into d4, for example, then I would need his this rook on f6. He's coming to c6 probably. So maybe it's just time to go for queen to c5. Now I put an eye on the d5 pawn. I want that pawn for me. So knight c6. I could also think on going rook e8 first and then trying to collect this pawn on d5. You never know, because then maybe he'll be on time to defend it with knight with queen to f3. But okay. g4. No, I think g4 is not a problem here. Just too unrealistic that g4 is gonna work here in this position. And maybe opening the f file for me could be even better for me, because you know this f2 pawn is also weak. So there's a rook on f8, the queen in this diagonal, the knight on d3. It's always tricky, and it's not so simple. I would love to have a knight on e5, for example. And a rook needs to come already to b8, but the problem is there are so many jumps, annoying jumps to b6 to c6. No, I think he's got to go for I don't know, knight c6, and then this is pretty double-edged. Knight c6, knight takes d5, and then queen takes d5, knight takes e7. What's going on over there? Maybe just queen e5 later. I think the position is quite okay for black. Pepe, may I ask you, what do you think about blitz games with an increment? Jan doesn't like it. What about you? Well, I like them for a tournament, yeah? I don't like them for a banter blitz session, because we waste a lot of time. There are many people waiting to play. So I think the 3 without increment is the best rhythm to play. But for a tournament, I think it's much better to play with an increment all the time, because actually you avoid all these time troubles, just throwing pieces to your opponent when you don't have time, yeah, and all these kind of things. So I think for tournaments it's actually a good idea, but not for banter blitz sessions, yeah. So queen e5, and now this endgame I think is quite okay for us. I'm just gonna go rook e8 and then collect this guy here. So rook e8. And now rook a6 would be really good move. Just this knight hasn't got a proper square, just d8, and then we collect this pawn on e7, and end of story, yeah? End of story. Thanks for the game, Clamor. Okay, let's play against Surya22. I see it's a FIDE Master and English and Indian FIDE Master, so this is gonna be a tough game, you know. So e4, d6. Okay, all shaky. I thought you meant me. All right, so e5. Let's play the Philidor, one of my favorite openings. It's not that stupid as it looks. It's really interesting. I hope I can make a video series soon and then try to explain some of the ideas behind this position. So we are in the main line c6, a4, and now 2 main lines a5 or b6. I like both of them. I'm just gonna go b6 here. The plan is quite simple, but it looks like he knows the plans as well. Rook b8 and b5 is my plan in all of these positions. So I'm just gonna go d takes e5. Now he probably wants to go knight h5 and then knight h4. The reaction, the typical reaction is just to go knight c5. I just go b5 here, then takes, and then I can just try to go queen c7 and knight to c5 here in this position. Juan Manuel, 93, I cannot give you the chance because you are not premium. This is just for premium members. I'm sorry about that, but this is just the policy we have. We think it's just a good good benefit from the premium members, right? Not just to play against me, of course. I know this is just shit, yeah, but just you can take the chance to play against Peter's Builder, yeah, just for paying 10 euros, yeah, a month. And it's not just that. We have a lot of video series, tactic trainers, engines, databases, etc., etc. So, b5. Yeah, many interesting ideas related with queen c7, knight c5, b4, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. Yeah, he goes for the one of the main ideas in the Philidor, just aiming to go knight h4 and knight c5. We got to go knight c5, otherwise knight f5 is coming. So whenever he comes to f5, we can take with this guy and then try to play something like b4 or something, e4 or something like this. And then now b4 I think is quite interesting in this position, b4. And then there are many ideas related with taking on... let's go b4 and then think, yeah? Let's go b4 and then think. Now maybe knight a4, I can just take on b3, or I can take even on a4. Is that working? I don't think so, but we'll see. I don't think that is working, but at least I can take on b3, sorry. And then some interesting moves like queen to d3, for example. A single ladies, this. I know you like to play. Alright, so b4, knight a4, and then I have to think. One option could be taking on b3 and then just play bishop e6, but you know, I'm not so convinced about that. Knight a4, and this is a key moment. This is a key moment. Knight e6 should be interesting, at least. Also, because knight e4 doesn't work. Finally, he defends the knight there. So what should I do? What should I do? All right, so I'll just take this guy here and then play bishop e6. Then play bishop e6. Probably he's gonna go to knight f5. I will have to take it. Sadly, I will have to take this guy here and then play queen c7. Probably something like this, just defending my e5 pawn. And then, yeah, it's a reasonable position. We can think on going something like, I wanted to go g6 and knight h5, but the thing is, he's got bishop takes e7 and then rook c6. So first I will have to defend my guys here. I will just go rook c8 in this position. So rook c8. Rook c8, bishop takes f6. I think he's got a better position here, but still we are quite solid, at least. Not so simple to play here. It's not simple at all, yeah? So I'll just go bishop e7. I want to go g6 at some point and then kick this queen back from there. So I'll just go g6 here. Whenever he goes to f3, I will go queen to d7. I cannot go queen to d7. So maybe it's just best just to go, okay, just go rook d8 here. And then accept the challenge, and then I will get 2 rooks for the queen. And then his knight is a bit displaced from there. So he went for knight c5. What I think now is actually I can take and then play rook d4, activating my pieces. Then maybe just queen to d7 now. Or queen to d6 actually, because the e4 pawn is hanging. So what should I do? Queen f6 is actually pretty annoying. Queen f6 is actually pretty annoying. I didn't see this move. I will have to go for the endgame. I will have to go for the endgame. Just queen to d6, queen to d6. Give me, and then there's rook d3 or rook d2. Rook d3 or rook d2. I think rook d3 is much better. Then I will take this guy on b3. This looks like a drawish position, but still, we are a minute up. We'll try to flank him as usual. Rook b3 is coming, and then he'll probably take on c6. I will take on b2, and this is like a drawish position. Oh, he doesn't want to go for that. So what? How can I improve my position? Maybe trying to activate my pieces? No, let's just bring the king to the center. This is always a nice way of playing, right? So just bringing the king to the center in endgames. Pepe, can you play 1 minute or that is too slow? No. This is just too slow, yeah? We cannot spend 30 minutes on playing one game when there are too many people waiting, yeah? So, okay, I'll just go king to d6. I'm just playing so terrible, yeah? King to d6? What is that move? What is that move for? I don't get why king to d6, because now I cannot move my pieces, yeah? This rook on b3, I just cannot move it. So I'll just go h5 here, stopping the white pawn storm in the king side, on the queen side. So put some pressure on it and he will loosen. Yeah, actually my strength relies on Facundo. So at some point Facundo will decide the game. You will see that Facundo he always behaves, you know, that's what I mean. There is an interesting move here, rook a8. I really like this move. Let's just go for rook a8. After rook c6, rook a2, activating my rook and getting this b2 pawn, getting a post pawn. Rook c7, just king f8, we'll go to the cape again to g7, no problems, and the b2 pawn is gonna fall down. Fall for me, b2, come to me, and then I will make you happy. So, rook c7, just king f8, just coming back to the cave. I'm gonna grab this pawn on b2 and then try to flank him. Just 30 seconds. Give it to me. Give it to me. Rook b2, b3, b3. Okay, he decided to go for king f4. He's offering me a draw, which I don't like, you know. He's offering me a draw, which I don't like. I will just take this pawn and then see what's going on, yeah? King g7, and let's play rook h2, and then rook a6. Check. Wow, actually I'm getting worse, yeah? Actually I'm getting worse. I'll just play rook a5. Rook a5. And now maybe king f8. King e7, king e6. Let's play king d5. Let's play rook a7, e6. What am I doing here? Just rook f7 check. Check again. Give me your pawns. Give me your pawns. Let's start running. Let's start running with this pawn. Let's start running. Run, 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 run. Check, check. Boom, 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 boom. Thanks for the game. It was a draw. I have to tell you, it was a draw. But you know, and we got Pascal here. Strong chess player from our company, actually. He's an amazing programmer. That's what I heard. And I'm sure about that. So knight f3, c4, and let's play b3 in the ready style. So g3. No, of course I will pay attention to the chat all the time. This is the only way I can survive this Banterthon, yeah? This is the only way one can survive to a Banterthon. So guys, I will have to pay attention to the chat. So what about if I just play e takes d4, e takes d4, okay. Now I would love to go something like d3, then maybe bishop f4, knight e5, just creating beautiful diagonals for this bishop. Let's go for that, bishop f4, knight e5. Let's just exchange this knight, and then we have a beautiful diagonal for our bishop on g2, our bishop on e5. These two are like knives, yeah? These two are like knives. And now we got we got a nice position, I think. I'll just go queen f3, and then in order to develop my knight by a d2, then maybe every endgame will be extremely great for us. Thanks to you for the game, Surya. I really enjoyed that game. Knight to d7, queen to d7, just knight to d2, just developing pieces. Of course, if I manage to exchange this bishop for this knight, will be extremely good, because this knight will be always much better than the bishop. a5, he's trying to create some counterplay. He's trying to create some counterplay on this position. Good idea from Pascal. Just rook e1. Rook e1. a4 is gonna play, maybe. He's gonna play a4. Yeah, he's creating some counterplay, actually. So now what's the question? The question is how to play in an interesting way. Let's just play bishop g5. Maybe, and just maybe, I can just think on going bishop takes f6 and knight e4. Not so sure though about this, but okay. Maybe even rook e2 and then bring the other rook to the action. Okay, now I have to take. Well, I cannot do anything else. And okay, let's take on a4 and then bring my knight to b3. My plan is, after bishop e7, I want to go rook e5. Rook e5 in order to take on c5, yeah? That's my idea. Let's see if that works. Yeah, then rook e5, boom! Rook e5, ba-boom! Bishop's d6, and now I can just take on c5, yeah? Even with my rook, this is actually quite interesting. I will take with my rook. Or not. Yeah, I think I can take with my rook. So I'll just do it because it's actually quite interesting. Yeah, rook takes c5. Boom, 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 boom. Bishop takes, then knight takes a4. Otherwise, I'll just go back with my rook to f5, for example. This looks like a safe square for this beautiful rook. So, yeah. Then keep playing, keep pushing all the pieces. Knight takes e5. Come on, come on. He's coming for that. Okay, he played the most solid approach, I think. Now maybe it's just a good time to go for queen to e2, just protecting all my pieces. He goes for c5. I'll just go queen to b2. Of course, any endgame, I'm happy with that. So I will just try to go king to b3, queen to b3. Yeah, he's creating me some troubles actually. So I'll just go queen to b3. And then if queen c6, I'll just start pushing this guy here. a4, a5, a6, a7. Boom, 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 boom. Rook e1, I completely missed that. But I think he hasn't got a perpetual, yeah? After queen d2, I can just push my guy here. a5. I'm not so sure though. Maybe after queen d2, just queen d1 is the safest option. So, yes, improving the position step by step. So, I think we are much better now. So, maybe just queen to b5 or, yeah, queen to b5. Not so sure, guys, what to do here. I'll just go, whoa. I need to think. Queen to b5, queen to d2 probably. Then I just go rook f1 defending all my guys here. Then I want to go, he's going to take on d3 probably. I just want to make a queen. a5, a6. Come on. Start pushing my pawns. Go for that. I'll just take this guy on c5 now. I'm on time to do that. So what are you going to do about this? I'll just go, whoa. Check. a6 is possible because he cannot take it because of rook d... Queen c8 now. I'm threatening to go for that, so... Okay, we reach this endgame where he's gonna try to flag me. Let's bring the king. c5. King c4. Check. King d5. Come on. Take, and king e5. This is mine. This game is mine. The game is mine. And now queen f4. Thanks for the game, Pascal. It was a really interesting game. He almost managed to draw or even beat me. So Pepe, did you listen to Balvin's Gintha song? Of course, but I'm really impressed that you know this song from India. This is actually a Latin American song. Ginza, of course. Si necesitas reggaeton, dale. Si venenene, mami, no pare. I don't know if you are referring to that song. Pratek, just let me know. That song is really amazing, you know. For dancing, it's really good. So you will soon stop when... Thanks for the game, Pascal. Alright, are you there? Nipun Kakar, another dangerous Indian player, you know? Where is the music? I know, the Spencer. Yeah, now it's not so easy to play some music, you know? Let's be Jan again. One more time. C4. And then let's just play the Leningrad. Why not? A lot of even top players are playing this. For example, Niño Anton, Spanish player, he qualified for the World Cup in the European Championship. Knight f3, g6, and bishop g7 followed by short castles, d6, queen e8, h6, g5, queen h5, and checkmate. That's the plan. It never works, but that's the idea, yeah? Okay, so queen e8, this is the move that I like. Some people are starting to play c6 here, but this is a more attacking move here, yeah? Some plans like h5, h6, g5, queen h5, f4, bishop h3, knight g4. This is what I'm aiming for in this kind of positions. Let's see if I manage to do that. b3. And yeah, let's just try to give checkmate. It never works, I have to tell you guys. It never works, not that simple, but you know, I'm just feeling, you know, that I have to attack at some point in my life. You know, I always try to play solid, you know, so in order not to get checkmated. But let's try to crush him with queen h5, f4, bishop h3, these kind of moves, you know. At some point, maybe I have to play some c6, could be reasonable, because maybe some knight d5 could be annoying, yeah? So let's see what he does here. Some interesting move is always e3 or even knight d5 here. I think it's quite interesting, but let's see. Knight d5, I'm kind of forced to take on d5, but I'm not sure if knight d5 is good or not. I think I'll just go for f4, yeah? f4 here, f4 and bishop h. I'm a bit worried about this knight d5 move. So let's just play c6, and then if e4, I could think on going f4 here. I don't think it's the best approach, but just try, you know, let's just try. e5, and now what to do? Maybe knight g4. It's also interesting. After h3, there is knight f2. No. This is just too much, yeah? This is just too much. So I'll just go for knight e8. My next idea is just to go bishop f5. This didn't go really in the way that I wanted, but alright. So now it looks really terrible, I have to say, yeah? This looks extremely terrible now for me, because it's gonna go d5 and then, yeah, whoa. Okay, it's not so simple to play here. Let's just play knight a6, just developing some pieces at least. Of course, yeah, Jan's openings clinics are extremely great. I also see them, I also follow them. They are really good for my opening repertoire, for example. I could take on g3 and take on f3, but I have the feeling that this is just too dangerous, because then something like rook f1, maybe it's interesting. Let's just try to do that. Let's just try to take on f3. Let's go for that. Let's go for rook f3, and then if rook f1, there is some intermediate check, queen e3, and then regaining the pawn here. So give me your pawns, give me your knights, and then wow, this is getting extremely complicated. Queen f3, and then there is queen g6. I completely missed that. There is knight a c7, and then rook f1, queen e3. I have the feeling that I'm gonna suffer a lot in this game. Yeah. So rook f1, now queen e3, that's the point, that's the whole point, that's the whole point. Now I wanna take on a6. This pawn is for me, maybe with my queen, but I'm not sure where my queen is gonna go later, yeah? Where my queen is gonna go later. Maybe queen e6, rook e1, queen h3 is good. Queen h3 is quite good. Yeah, I think so. Let's just try to do that. Okay, queen e6, this is almost forced. And then rook e1, queen h3, so he cannot take on a7 because the rook on f1 is hanging. So what to do next? Rook f1, rook a1, and queen h3, queen g6, knight f6. Okay, let's go for that. Let's go for that. So queen g6, knight f6, and the good thing is can never go rook e7, yeah? I mean, still, because d5. He went for d5. And now, what are we gonna do? Knight c5 maybe, knight c5 maybe. Wow, this is getting dangerous. This is getting really dangerous. I will just go knight c5 maybe. Knight c5. Yeah, let's go for that. Knight c5, queen g6. Actually, this looks so dangerous, guys. I have to tell you. Pepe, which team do you think will win the UEFA Euro 2016? Well, of course, I'm rooting for Spain. But, you know, we are not in our better times. So I think we're gonna win it, but I think the favorite is Germany, yeah? Germany, they're the current world champions, and they're extremely strong physically as well. So I think they are the favorites, yeah? But you never know. There are other, of course, Italy, England. England is qualified this year? I don't understand why. They have one of the strongest league. They are really strong players, but they don't have good results in team championships, yeah? So queen f2, and now so we have a woman grandmaster, Sylvia Collat from France. She's saying that queen g6 and knight f6 was winning. Wow. So probably. So now he wants to come to f7. We cannot allow that. So knight f6, and then we have more or less a fortress. Yeah. So after knight f6, e takes f6, because if bishop takes f6, d6 is quite annoying there. So yeah, actually, guys, I had to tell you, yes, for those premium members, yes, the database is just amazing. You have to try this database that the IT programmers, for example, Pascal, just created. It's just really amazing, and it's really quick. So just give it a try. So knight c5, I'm gonna go b6. After knight e6, I'll just collect this knight and then the pawn. So yeah, England is always is one of the favorites to win the Euro Cup, yeah? But I don't understand why they never succeed in these kind of tournaments. Knight d3, I completely missed that. Now I am in trouble again, so maybe just take on here. If I manage to open this diagonal for my beautiful bishop, then be careful with me. Be careful with me, baby. Bishop d5 check, knight g4, boom! And bishop d5 check. This is coming. Now rook f8. This looks extremely great for black now. Looks this pair of monsters, this beautiful bishop pair now. Knight g5 is just crushing now. Knight g4 is just crushing. How is the name of Facundo in English? It's just Facundo, guys. So Facundo is Facundo, will be always Facundo, and nobody will say other thing against Facundo, yeah? What am I saying? I'm just getting crazy, yeah? So knight g4, what's going on here? Knight g4 looks really tempting. So knight e7 and then king h8. No, it doesn't work. I have to go for rook f7, knight e7, and then I have to take here. Wow, this is not so good anymore. What did I do? What did I just do? I just completely messed it up, yeah? So, wow. I need to think. Just quite fast. So rook takes. Rook is gonna take. Now he's threatening to take on g7. I have to do something about this. Maybe bishop f7. Maybe bishop s7. Just had to come back with my queen. I haven't got so much time. So he's coming there. Queen to d4. What am I gonna do here in this position? It's just so terrible now. It's just so terrible. I'm gonna flag in on time probably. That's the thing I like. So just, what should I do here? Just queen c2, aiming to some knight g4 now. Knight g4, knight g4, knight g4, knight g4, knight g4, knight g4 now. It's quite good. Knight g4 is quite good. Give me your check. Thank you very much for the game, Nipun Kakar. Every Indian player is putting so much pressure on me. What happens there? Every Indian player in India is so strong or what? Not just in tournaments, also in Banter Blitz? What's going on here? Alright, so we have a new user, Skarpov. Pepe is a great person, a great player, but please don't listen to his music. I agree. Don't listen to my music. So e4. Alright, let's not be Jan anymore. e4, e5. Karpov, German player. I'm just gonna go Spanish, bishop b5, the Rui Lopez, knight d4. Okay, the bird opening. Actually, I don't remember anything, but alright, this should be good, yeah? h5, I'm just gonna go h3, c3. And yeah, now my theoretical knowledge ends here. So I'm just gonna go d3. And probably bishop a4 here. Just maybe take on d4 and then knight c3 and bishop e3. This can never be bad. So bishop b3 maybe is more interesting because wow. He is actually developing quite fast, yeah? So I'll just take here. And then play knight c3. My idea is just to go bishop e3 in the next move because if the f5 opens, this would be a good news for us. Then he also has to do something about this d5 pawn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's even the best league, the Premier League, but it's the most exciting league for sure. Yeah, it's amazing the way they play, and I like something really much, and I really like something a lot from the Premier League. Actually, the players, they never pretend there was a fall or something. In Spain, in Latin America, you see all the time these things, but in England, if some guy just wants to trick the arbiter, even the audience, they will start just it's not something good, yeah. And they really respect this in England, and I really like this so much. And I'm just talking bullshit, and I'm just gonna lose this game if I keep doing like this, yeah. So I'm just gonna play e takes e5. Now the idea is after knight g4, just h3, knight takes e3, queen e2. You can challenge me again, guys, and then if there is not enough people now, because it's already too early in the morning, it's too early in the morning, there are not so many people, but of course, if I don't see anyone new, I will take you again. Of course, just challenge me again. h3, now knight d3. The idea is just to go on queen e2 and then boom! This knight is completely lost. So it has to go back to f6 or h6 and then we're on time. Wow. I completely missed that. Wow. I completely missed that. What am I doing here? Wow. H takes. Wow, this is getting wild, guys. So we'll just take it and then see what happens. I don't know. Maybe queen e1, and then queen h2, king f2. Nothing really happens. g3 actually is extremely dangerous, yeah? So maybe rook f4. Wow. I have to think here. I have to think a lot. So I'll just go rook f4 here. No, rook f4 is just losing. Rook f4 is just losing. He's got queen e3, yeah? What am I doing here? Alright, so I'm just lost here. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Maybe queen e1. Let's just try to save this. No, just lost, yeah? It just dead lost. Oh, this was so terrible. This was really terrible. This was really terrible. Let's just try to play fast. Oh, really good game by Karpov, and I just completely missed this idea of queen e3, yeah? I was in good shape, but then suddenly... Okay, still we have some hopes. Let's play a bit more, yeah? Let's play a bit more. Now my idea is, of course, just to exchange queens and then just play this endgame with an exchange down. And then my idea is just to go queen e1. I couldn't do directly because g takes f2 followed by rook h1 was winning the queen on the spot. So I have to play really fast. I have to play real quick now. Real quick. I have to go queen to e1. Come on. Just 23 seconds. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Just try to play fast. I think I'm not gonna make it. But I should try at least. What is he doing? What is he doing? He saw some checkmate. He saw some checkmate. Wow, wow, wow. What's going on here? What's going on here? Queen to e2, then king e3, then I can take this guy. Looks, I saved the game. Looks that I saved the game. So I have material up. He just sacrificed a rook for nothing. Now I can take everything. Just queen f1. I need to exchange all the pieces because I'm just 10 seconds. 10 seconds. But I am material up. So I should take this. Take this. Give me your pawns. Give me your pawns. Takes. Bishop d5. Then I'm collecting this. Rook c1. Not on time. Rook c6. Rook e6. King f4. Rook c6 again. Let's just try to play fast. Rook c2. I'm not on time to beat him. Yeah? I'm not on time to beat him. Yeah. No. Alright. What can I do? So... Yeah, very good game by Karpov. I completely miss these ideas of queen g3 and queen to e3 later. Still, I managed to save the game, but just too less time. Another strong player. Let's just play knight f3. Let's just try to get some points back. Selling from Switzerland. Knight f3. e6, c4, let's play in the ready style as we did before. g3 and bishop g2, short castles, and d3, knight c3. Looks like a stone wall, but with the pawn on d6. So let's just go rook b1 and then try to expand our pawns in the queen side. So b4, b5, just giving this bishop a beautiful diagonal. Normally black aims to play e5 here in these types of positions, right? Another interesting idea would go would be to go e4 by ourselves. Yeah. Good game by Karpov. Just go b4 here, as I told you. This always scares me a little bit, yeah? Because these queen h5 ideas and then e5, f4... They are playing for checkmate, and we are playing just for some compensation of on the queen side. But you know, let's see. Just my next move will be b5 for sure. Let's go for that. Knight d8 and yeah, maybe d4. Maybe d4. I can regroup my knight now via e1, c2, e3, for example. But of course, this is quite dangerous, yeah. This is all the time quite dangerous. I'll just go queen to e1. I just saw... Alright, knight e6, maybe e3. So this way he cannot come to h5, and then we also stop f4 ideas. And maybe it's time now to develop our bishop via d2. Just trying to play some knight d5 moves. Maybe some point bishop d8 was played. So now just bishop d2, developing our pieces. Knight g5 could... Wow, he's coming for that, yeah? He's coming for the attack. I'll just go f3. Now that he created some weaknesses on the f5 pawn, now after taking on f3, just knight f3 could be interesting, and after g4, knight h4, and then the a5 pawn is almost lost. So, one more time, thank you guys for being there all this night with Jan and with me in this early morning. It's not easy to play this Banter Blitz all the time. But that's what we do for the premium members and for all of you guys, so you can enjoy it. So Queen c2, I want to take this pawn now. How are you gonna defend it? I don't know. I don't see any proper way to defend this guy on e4. That's why I think I'm gonna win this pawn, and then probably we'll be much better, yeah? Pepe, how to create our own opening repertoire from opening book and database? Well, I'm sure you guys will have been using different openings from since you started playing chess. But I mean, just try to. Okay, wait, give me a second. Yeah, I think I can take this guy. Well, you need to identify your style, yeah, because. First, you need to identify your style, because I'm just blundering too many pieces while I'm talking or not. Because of course you are a tactical player, you will never play. If you are a strategical player and you don't see 2 moves in a row in tactics, you will never play the Najdorf, for example. Yeah. So first of all, you need to identify your style. And now I just blunder a pawn. Again. I'm starting to see nothing. So bishop f d4, and now I'm in some troubles, yeah? Let's try to fix this. So bishop e6, knight f3, probably. And then when I exchange these rooks, this rook on 8 is doing nothing, so just knight f3, just go back. Bishop f6, probably. Just queen to d3, maybe I want to go knight to d4, or bishop c3 in this position. Yeah, Caruana played Banterthon. I just talked to Lauren yesterday. It was Caruana playing Banterthon, and in the second game it was him who was playing. So yeah, it was Fabiano Caruana. This is really nice to have him here and playing Banter Blitz, of course. Yeah. And so bishop takes, just queen takes, and then this bishop can come to c3, and then it's really, really dangerous. Actually, I didn't see this bishop h3, but I think it shouldn't be that bad, right? So maybe just bishop c3, then some ideas sacrificing on f6. So this should be quite okay for us. So rook f2 and then rook b f1, for example. This looks amazing for us. Rook f2 and then rook f1. g4, that's not a problem. I'll just go rook f2, as I told you. Queen h3, that's not a problem. I'll just go king g1. And then when this rook comes to f8, then it could be a problem. I didn't see that he actually has this bishop f5. This is actually quite a good move. But then I will just bring my other rook, as I told you. And then rook takes. I think we are still bit better. I'm not so sure. I wouldn't say that. I don't know. Rook f8. And now maybe it's time to go for knight f5. There are some tricks here. Knight f5. E takes, then bishop takes e3. Ha 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 ha. Es que yo no sé qué hacer cuando no estás. What's going on here? Knight f5, knight takes, bishop takes. No, I cannot do that. So I will just stay here and then think a little bit. So knight f5, it's possible or not? Alright, so let's just play knight e2, exchange this powerful bishop, and then this knight maybe can come to f4 in the future. Yeah, actually I managed to draw against Fabiano, yeah, that's true. I don't know how. Alright, queen h3, then this is getting tricky and more tricky all the time. I'll just go take and then queen to d7, just coming into, well, I cannot make that. Yeah, knight c3 maybe, knight d5. No, black is better now. Black is much better. His pawn structure is much better. Knight c5. I'll just go queen e3 in order to make some queen f4 check if it's necessary. So he's not allowing me to do this, but instead I could think on going No, he's not allowing me to do this. I wanted to go. All right, why not? Just knight to d5. Let's see what's going on here. Queen to b2, just queen f2, takes, knight e4, queen e3, and then the c7 pawn is hanging. King 7 pawn is hanging. Whoa, what's going on here? Knight e4, knight e4, knight e4, knight e4. He wants to go queen b2. I completely missed that. Again, in a lot of trouble in this game. I'm suffering like a beast. I'm suffering like a beast in this game. So, I'll just take this guy here. Give me your pawns. Queen b2, king f1. King f1 is coming. King f1 is coming. Actually, have no clue what's going on in this position. King b1, and then king to e2. King to e2. Actually, this looks so scary. King to c2. I'm just gonna go king e1. Maybe he wants a draw. Maybe he wants a draw. He wants a draw. I cannot do anything else. Yeah, I cannot do anything else. I'll just go king f1 just to see if I can play something more. Wow, I just missed queen c4 check. But again, this knight will be hanging later. So how should I proceed? King e1, there are no more checks. King e1. Whoa. King g2. Yeah, he's not allowing me to go for... Okay, I'll just go king e1. He's got a draw with knight d2. Now king g1, there's no more checks. I don't want any more checks. Just go away. Knight e6 checks maybe. Knight e6 check. He's just 15 minutes. Whoa, this is just a knight for free. Give me your knights. Knight f2. Knight f2. And now king to g2. There are no more checks. No more checks. And I'm really happy about that because we are going to win this game. I don't know how. But I don't know how that happened. But it happened. Yeah. I watched Pawn Sacrifice last night. Yeah, I actually think it's a really good movie. I was invited to this premiere because every player in the World Rapid Championship was invited to see the premiere in Berlin. It was a really nice experience with Boris Spassky over there. And yeah, I think it was really, really good. Okay, e4. e4, e6, d4. Let's play bishop d3. This cute move, we actually recorded a video series about this bishop d3 move against the French. It's not that stupid as it looks. Knight f3, probably queen b6, and now I'm gonna go bishop e2. That's my idea here. Then probably short castles, c-take, just c-takes, no problems at all in this position. This is quite interesting. So, okay, so f6, he wants to break in the center already. This could be really interesting. So short castles is not allowed, or what? Short castle is not allowed. F takes, knight takes, knight takes. It's interesting. Maybe I can fall for this trick. So how to proceed here? Takes. How to proceed here? Okay, let's just sacrifice this pawn, yeah? So c takes d4, f takes, knight d e5. That's probably his idea. But the position is open. I have the f file. There are some checks on h5, so let's see. Pepe, how do you remember your repertoire? You dedicate one day per week or just before a tournament? So actually, I'm not just a chess professional, yeah, because I'm working as a researcher, as I told you. So I never check openings during the week, or I never study chess during the week. So just before a tournament, I just try to focus a bit more on tactics, and then when I am in the tournament, I just try to remember all the lines once I am there. But it's not that I work on my repertoire every week or something like this. I usually, when I'm recording series, I do this, of course. I mean, I study openings when I'm recording some series. And now I think a3. I'm gonna play. I wanna go d4. Good morning, Atacando. And good morning, Atacando. Atacando is one of the players that always give me a lot of troubles in the Spanish Banterblitz, yeah? So my idea, as I told you, is now to go b4. Probably he can go a5. He took there, and I'm just gonna take it with my f pawn. Yeah, I think our position is quite okay. There are some interesting sacrifices, exchange sacrifices on f3, right now even, but I think it's not enough, so hopefully we're gonna get a good position, yeah? So, f takes e5. I'm really sad because Facundo is not Facundo anymore. He died in battle, and we have the e-pawn now. So, yeah, I think a5 is a good move. I need to complete development. Now I think this helped me a little bit because now my knight can even go by a c3. It can never go by a d2 because the d4 pawn is hanging, but now I can use the c3 square. It's actually quite good. And then aiming to go b3 and bishop e3 just would be perfect position for white, right? Still, I think maybe he should try to avoid this with a5 or something like this, but all his pieces are quite stuck. And he goes for the interesting sacrifice that I was telling you guys. Bishop f3 and then knight takes d4. This is actually quite interesting. Now I need to think because my pawns. Actually, there is bishop e3. Boom! Yeah? Bishop e3, ba-boom. Because now bishop c5, only move, b4, and then after knight f3, I have this beautiful move. Even b takes c5 is intermediate move, while just winning, but also queen f3, yeah? Because that is mate on the back rank. You guys are following me, knight f3, b takes c5 just wins, but also queen takes f3, just wins on the spot, because after queen, bishop takes e3, there's queen f7 and queen e8 or queen f8 even, yeah? So queen f3. I mean, of course, there are some mistakes in the Fischer movie, yeah. But I mean, it's quite entertaining. That's what I mean. It's quite entertaining. Of course, no movie follows the real story. Yeah, you have to follow. For example, you have to see Troya. This movie, it's just a joke. If you read, you have read some books about this. What people tell about this story. Has nothing to do with that, but I mean, it was entertaining, that's what I mean. After queen f3, this still have this knight e5. Anyway, I think we are just winning. I'll just take here on f3. Even if he takes on e5, we can take on c5 with our pawn. And then it's just completely crashing. After bishop f3, there's just queen f7. So, bishop f3, and now queen f7. Queen f7. Queen f8. Yes, sacrificing the queen just to win the game. Let's do this, yeah? Let's do this. Queen f8 and rook f8. Checkmate. So, thanks for the game. Knight how? And we keep playing. A lot of new people. So we get to play against Chess Story now. 10 a.m. 4 hours of Banterblitz non-stop. I didn't make even one break. This is actually is because you guys are there, you know. If there are no people writing in the chat, I would just think, okay, let's just make a break. Nobody is listening to us. So I will try to play it again, the Accelerated Dragon. Nobody wanted to play in the main line. D4 takes, and bishop G7. G7, no C4, please. No C4. There's not so much fun in the Maroxy. I just wanna play. Oh, F4. Facundo is coming for crushing me. So knight C6, B takes C6. Yeah, this shouldn't be very problematic. Yeah, H4. Wow, he is really coming to crush me. He's really coming to crush me. I'll just go for D4 here. Just go probably E5, and then I can play H5, knight H6, and then we have some nice light squares, yeah? Some knight dash squares. So H5, knight H6, bishop G4, knight F5, E6. The H4 pawn will be hanging. These kind of ideas. Knight H6, bishop G4 looks like a really good move because exchanging these light bishops will be great for us. So more control over the light squares in this position. And yeah, knight C3, bishop G4 is the next move. So I think we are more than fine here in this position. Interesting chess shown by Chess Torin, just trying to crush me in the move 9-4 with H4, yeah. But I think this is quite good for us. Now his king's gonna feel so unsafe there, yeah. Maybe queen B6 even could be really interesting. Or yeah, every move I think queen B6. Let's just go for queen b6 and short castles, just maybe trying to open the position with f6, bringing our rooks to the e file, just trying to open the position. This rook is forced to go to h1 probably. Boom, 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 boom. It's not just one piece, it's just two pieces for me. I want all your pieces. If this were a street chess, the guy would be completely naked and will be extremely solid with all our clothes, yeah? So queen e4 check. So queen e4 check. And yeah, this is amazing position, yeah? Just short castles and then f6, opening the position, and this looks good, yeah? This looks really, really good. What is my Marcelo week? I had some Marcelo, the Madrid player, football Madrid player. I had some Marcelo week that I was using. There was checkmate in one move, yeah? There was checkmate. Let's just play again because he's gonna try to make repetition. But now, boom, 23. So thanks a lot for the game. Thanks a lot. And we got an important challenge here. Leon, really strong player. Just Leon, a really strong player from Croatia, talented Grandmaster, FIDE Master, sorry. So let's just play knight f6 and d6 here in this position. Just e5 now, e4. He's gonna go for knight d2. We'll go just for bishop f5. Just gonna go now with g6. Let's see what happens here. So probably bishop e2 threatening to go g4. I will just go h5, precisely avoiding all these kind of threats with g4. Now I'll just go bishop g7. He cannot go actually g4. This actually reminds me to the game of Fabiano Caruana against Karpov, right? Doesn't remind you to this. So knight c6, I want to take on d4, I want to take on d4 now. I want to take on d4, that would be really amazing. Maybe he's forced to go queen b3 or queen b2, right? So if he goes for a3, I will just take on d4. I'm gonna do that, I'm going for that. I cannot actually, I cannot because there is queen a4 check actually after the whole line, yeah? So that's a pity. No, that's not a pity because there is bishop d7, yeah? So I'll just take this guy here on e3. Let's see what happens here. E takes e4 and e3, queen a4, bishop d7, and then taking on d2 this knight. So not a problem, not a problem at all. Let's see what happens in this game. It's really interesting. So queen a4, bishop d7, just nothing happens. E takes d4, e3, queen a4, bishop d7, bishop d5, e takes d2, and then short castles. What's going on here? I have no clue, but it's fun. It's fun to sacrifice pieces. It's fun to create this crazy and messy positions, yeah? e3, and then queen a4 only move. Probably only move, because otherwise it's gonna be tough to castle later. So bishop d2, now it's gonna be tough for you to castle, yeah? It's gonna be really tough to castle for you. So now some moves like, bishop e3. This was really interesting move, I completely missed that. So bishop e4, just trying to win all the pawns, the g2 pawn, the d5 pawn. I wanna capture this guy here, and this will be a pawn up for us. This is always good news. So give me that pawn. Give me that pawn, give me that pawn, give me that pawn. Maybe I completely overlooked this. Okay, just rook c8, just defending our c7 pawn. This shouldn't be a problem. Bishop f3 maybe, bishop f3, I can just take and then play queen f6. Just trying to grab this pawn here and then queen f5. All this pawn structure is completely ruined. His pawn structure is completely ruined, and we are gonna manage to take this pawn on d5 or the pawn on g2. This would be completely bad news for him. So give me that pawn, the pawn on d5, and then bishop c4. I'm gonna go for queen to d5, queen to e4 maybe. No, queen to e4 is just a terrible move. So I'm just gonna go queen e6, just aiming to put this beautiful queen here on this beautiful square. Now rook e8, for example, or c6. Now we don't have to worry about anymore about this pawn here. So maybe just rook e8 now, and now queen to d3. I want to go queen e4. I want to exchange everything in this position. Of course, this is our main goal. When we are material up, we have to exchange everything. Give me b5. That's something that might worry us, but I'm just gonna go rook e8, for example. He will take and I will take back for sure, and then rook b1 maybe, just trying to activate his rook, just maybe rook b8. Rook d2 is playing. He wants to create a lot of pressure on the c6 pawn, but we are on time just to defend everything and then bring our king to the action, yeah? Bishop f4, he's putting a lot of pressure actually. This is getting complicated. This is getting complicated. Bishop f8 maybe, just c5 could be a move. C5 could be a move now. Let's play c5, let's play c5. The endgame would be completely winning, so he cannot take on c5. He's got to play d5, and then c4 is interesting, followed by rook c5 and rook c5. Okay, he wants to go for the endgame. I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised because this should be losing, yeah. So I'll just go f5 here, just aiming to go extremely quick with my king. He's on time to go there, yeah. So king here and then a6, stopping all ideas related. Wow. And actually he's got bishop e3 now. Whoa, I completely missed that. Still, should be a draw. a5, that should be a mistake, yeah? That should be a mistake. Now bishop d6 followed by bishop c7. This is quite good. We are winning this endgame. Come on, bishop d6. Ho. We cannot play that. Pity, because we cannot play that. So how to proceed now? I'll just go king d7, bishop f4. Let's just try to play bishop d2, bishop e3. I don't want to draw. Maybe I will end up losing this endgame. Bishop b2 here. Come on. Give me your pawns. Check. King e6, king f7. This pawn is gonna run like a beast now. Give me your pawns. A4, a3, bishop b2. Whoa. I cannot exchange this guy here. Bishop b2. We are just gonna flag him, yeah? Check. Here. So I cannot allow that. Here. And a2. Come on. I was not on time, so this was a draw. Good game by Leon. So thanks for the game, Leon. That was a pity because we were winning this endgame. I just allow him to exchange every pawn. Yeah. So we got here. Okay. Some people. Let's just take another challenger. Kukita. C4. So we got probably some people recording, right? And then I'll have to make a break, and then I will see you in a minute, in 5 minutes. So I'll take a break. This is the first break I'm taking after this game. I'm gonna make this break, and I'm gonna stop for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, something like this. Then prepare the other studio, and then continue with you guys until 2 p.m. Okay? If that's okay with you, just don't leave me alone. I feel so alone here, just talking like a crazy guy if nobody is listening to me, yeah? So we got the pan of variation. I'm just gonna go for bishop f4, rook b8 is the idea, and then my idea is just to go rook c1. The idea of this, after b5, there is knight d5. This is actually pretty uncomfortable for black. So normally, okay, knight to a5. All right, I'll just go b3. What kind of questions is that, Jason? I'll just take on c5, and then this is actually a huge mistake because the rook on b8 actually is under attack after d takes c5, so he cannot take it. So this is a rook for free, yeah? Boom, 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 boom. And he resigns. So now it's time for a break, as I told you guys. Just stay tuned. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Don't stop the broadcast.
No. So the broadcast is already started. Okay, so just it splits too, yeah, the shot. Okay, and it's muted.
Yes.
But yesterday, you know okay, because in the other studio you have to mute this and to unmute the other one, yeah. This guy here, you have to mute this in the other studio, and then you have to unmute this guy. But here it works in the other way. All right.
Not sure why.
Yes.
Anyway, and you want to be on the sort of left side of the table.
Okay, and the
So be in
lights
the
should be
center.
on.
Yeah.
All right, I'll come back.
Hello?
Hi guys again. After some energy, some banana and cereals, we are back to Banter Blitz, this marathon, Banterthon of many games during 72 hours, a lot of crazy people taking part, and yeah, so let's keep playing. I'm just gonna mute my cell phone so it's not disturbing us anymore. All these WhatsApp groups, they really make me crazy, you know? In group of WhatsApp of my work, of my family, you know, everybody just saying so many things. So sorry guys for that. And yeah, so let's take another challenge. For example, MSVV. And we changed the studio because we have Garayev recording in the other studio. He's recording some interesting series. Yeah, let's go for E4. Yeah, this mouse is actually very different, so I don't want to lose some time. What happens with my voice? I don't know, guys. You tell me. You tell me. The thing is, now I'm closer to the IT guys, for example. So if I'm getting crazy here and shouting, they will be like, what are you doing, man? I need to work, I need to program some stuff, you know? And you keep like shouting like a beast. So just shut up, man. So something is wrong with the micro? Are you guys sure? Or is just you or 20? So just please let me know, yeah, you can hear me properly and all these kind of things. And the video is working fine. Alright, so E4 seems to work. The microphone is echoing. I don't know. Okay. Seems like there's some problems with the microphone. Some echo. Seems like you're Romeo Santos. Romeo Santos is the king of bachata. So some Sicilian. I takes D4.
Uncheck the audio.
This one?
Yeah, for a second.
No?